I believe this is
didn't know
almost a
what
whole year.
dinosaurs was
Giga lately
all about
learning.
until these boys come.
What you doing? March or June. We come to this place for science. We come to paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is, even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts, and we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained, but somehow infotained. Together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir, dir, dir in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce.
Purdue.
Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are. Paleontologizing streams, we make fossils less dead.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Monday to you, or whatever day it might happen to be when you're watching this, whether you're in a different time zone than mine or whether you're watching this sometime in the future, in the VOD or on YouTube. I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Today, we're going to be starting off a new thing that I've thought up. Something I've wanted to do for years now at this point. We're finally getting around to doing it. I call it Marsh Madness. And we're going to be talking about it in just a little bit. But anyway, welcome. Shoot. If this is your first time here, let me explain what the deal is. What is paleontologizing? Why choose a name like that? Well, it was intentional. I'm a paleontologist. I do paleontology. With these streams, I'm trying to get the idea across that paleontology, fossil science, is more than just an accumulation of knowledge. It's more than just a bucket of facts. It's a process. Paleontology is something that we do. It's a verb. Paleontologizing. I'm here to show you how that process works, to walk you through it, to help you understand how is it that we learn about creatures that lived hundreds of millions of years ago. How do we piece together this evidence from the fossil record? How do we test ideas? How do we evaluate hypotheses? How do we run experiments? How do we unlock the mysteries of this grand and beautiful history of life on Earth? That's what paleontologizing is all about, so I'm glad you're here. Whether we're here in the office, doing Marsh Madness or other activities, going over new bits of published literature in paleontology, new papers published in scientific journals, whether we're interviewing other paleontologists, whether we're doing art, sculpting, painting, 3D printing, right here, or whether I'm out in the field digging up fossils live on stream, like it will be in just a few short months. That's what we do here. Trying to give you an inside peek into how paleontology works. It's paleontologizing, and I'm glad you're here for it. Welcome, welcome, everybody. If you've got any questions at all, don't hesitate with those. That's what we're all about here, you know? So let me scroll up to the top of chat. We'll say hello to everybody. I saw Matt M33 and Kodali and Sloppy Salamander and Claire Burr. We're all here long before I got the stream started. You're all very early today. I don't know who was first. You're all first in my book.
Getting close to that full year.
I can see that my
Golganak.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you for the 43 months at tier 3. Holy cow. Golganak, thank you for your very impressive support. I appreciate that tremendously, Golganak. Thank you. Yeah. Tier 3 is nothing to sneeze at. I Thanks for helping pay my bills, Gogan. Believe it or not, everybody, especially those who are new, this is my full-time job. This is how I make my living. Twitch is not a hobby for me. This is not just how I do science outreach, but this is how I...
That gives the history of life
Oh.
its very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
It's true, Mustache Mike. Thank you for the 7 months of support. Thank you for helping me avoid extinction myself for the past 7 months. This is not just how I do my outreach. This is how I fund my research and my fieldwork. This is how I make my living as a scientist. It's streaming here on Twitch. So, I'm incredibly grateful to everybody who makes that possible. People like the Lenina here in the chat. People like Arle. I hope you had a good weekend, Arle. It's good to see you. Alexander Morrison. Hello to you. Scoobs. What's shaking? Chris T.S., the Trek Nerd, Casey Snowart. I hope you had a great weekend too, Casey. It's good to see you as always. We've got Gazorper. How are you doing, Gazorper? I feel like it's been a minute. How are things? We've got Neilf. We've got Riot 1913. We've got Bush Doctor. Scrolling. Rakadactylus. Rako, I hope you're having an excellent day. I hope your week is off to a good start. Hope you're hanging in there with the job search and everything. And,
I didn't know what dinosaurs is all about until these boys come.
Michael F01. Thank you. Mike Elf. For the 19 months. I appreciate
No
you.
other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
Oh, there you go. That's you there. Okay. Tactical Sponge, thank you for the 51 months earlier.
Those
Tactical
claws on the
Sponge, thank you.
wings are once again invaluable.
And go for Fluffernut. Thank you so much, Fluff. I appreciate those 22 months. Thank you. We're just getting one alert after another. Rushwing, how are you doing? Thank you for the 8 months.
We all knew. If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Wait, is that true, Rushwing? That's a dire story. I'm glad you're not dead. I'm glad you're still subscribed. I'm glad you're here. I hope you're doing well, Rushwing. It's good to see you. I'm a little annoyed that those Stream Elements alerts are borked again. I'm gonna have to eventually switch permanently just to Twitch alerts if we keep getting issues like this. But we got Squiggles de Gabo. We got the inimitable one. How are you doing? Now imitating you. It's good to see you. Scrolling. Wombat Hole. And Tipsy Emu. I watched Pacific Rim this weekend and guffawed at their explanation of the dinosaurs. Yeah, Tipsy Emu. Oh boy. It's not great. It's not great. I saw that at a discount theater. I paid like $1 to see it back at Montana State University. It's not impressed. That really took me out of the film. You know, sometimes there's just one thing that really kills your immersion, and you're like, oh, you're like acutely aware of the fact that you're sitting in a movie theater watching images on a screen, and you're like, what am I doing here? You know? Sometimes it doesn't take a lot to just completely spoil the immersion. But you get enough of those moments and it's like, I just don't like the movie. That's how I felt about that one. Anywho. Switching all those alert variants over is no small task. Yeah, Casey Snort. Luckily, I did learn how to use Twitch alerts. I know how they work now. I'm pretty quick with it. Getting ready for the mobile streams.
For knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
And Pluckman's Mustard, thank you for the 31 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. And look who it is. Sweetie Pie. How are you doing, sweetie? Good to see you. Happy Monday. I'm streaming again. Yeah. And that means it's treat time for Sweetie Pie. Huh. Isn't that what that means? Yeah. That is what that means. Yes, indeed. How are you doing, sweetie? How are you doing? Did you have a good weekend? I know you did. I was here for part of it, at least. Yeah. And,
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Jump Chest, thank you for the 30
Or the kind
months.
you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Thank you so much for keeping me online for the past 30 months. I really appreciate it. And Sweetie Pie appreciates it too.
Well spent.
Thank you. Sothis ain't going well. Tier 3 right there. Yeah. Thank you, Sothi. Holy moly. Good stuff. Yeah. Wait, overlay. I think I already did that, but let me try that again real quick. Let's go to... Let's see here. Alert box 2. Properties. Refresh cache of current page. That should do it. I think I already tried that and it didn't work, but I'll try it again right now. Yeah. Jazzy Cat, good to see you. Fedorasaur. Kvaska Skaft. How was everything? Sweetie Pie is very much invested in this plastic cycad right now. Yeah, she is. You chomping that? You chewing some plastic? Yeah, it's a good thing that's not a real cycad. I've got those toxins. She's not actually eating it. She loves to kind of gum the plastic bits. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. You ready for some treats? Are you? Alright. Ooh. There we go. There we are. Yeah, excellent. Good stuff, Sweetie Pie. Look at all those treats for you. And First Anomaly, how are you doing? Hello, hello. And Gay Hibiscus, we're not really talking about marsh organisms today. Not organisms that live in like a marshland ecosystem. We're talking about organisms described by Othniel Charles Marsh, America's first professor of paleontology. One of the primary combatants in the Bone Wars of the postbellum period. You feel betrayed, sorry. But I'll be explaining in a little bit what Marsh Madness entails and what this bracket is all about and everything. We'll get to that. First, Sweetie Pie has got to finish collecting her payment here. Did Marsh name any marsh-dwelling creatures? I'm sure some of the dinosaurs that Marsh named, and some of the other critters too, would have lived adjacent to marshes, maybe, but I don't know if any of them were, like, adapted for a marshland environment. It's hard to say with fossil critters like this. It's possible, though. Yeah. Marsh's organisms versus copes and crinoids. Says Alexander Morrison. Well, the lucky thing for us is that out of all of the dinosaur names to come out of the Bone Wars, the vast majority of those were marshes. That's this guy, by the way. Othniel Charles Marsh. That's why we've got a bearded bald white guy in a framed portrait on our wall. That's him. That's Othniel Charles Marsh. Yeah. Yeah. And that pic, let's see, Claire. There we go, yeah. Yeah. Claire, you put this together, right? I always thought that he... Oh, man. He should be played by Paul Giamatti. Eventually, when there's a film made about the Bone Wars, Giamatti would be an excellent Marsh. Yeah. This is Paul Giamatti's face, like, I think his eyes and nose superimposed over this portrait of Marsh. Yeah. Shoot, there you go, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. We need this so badly. Yeah, Claire, do you have the full one? The one that has Marsh as well? There was going to be a film produced by HBO, like a made-for-TV movie. And originally it was going to be Tony Soprano.
What?
James Gandolfini is the actor's name. He was going to play Marsh right here, and Steve Carell was going to play Cope. It was going to be kind of a dramedy sort of a deal about the Bone Wars. It didn't work out because James Gandolfini actually passed away, I think, while they were still getting the project off the ground. But yeah, it would have been so good. Yeah, Lenina, I agree. But I don't know, there's still a golden opportunity there. With the kind of casting, I don't know, it... Gary Oldman as Cope, Paul Giamatti as Marsh. This is a Photoshop that Claire put together, and it's brilliant. Yeah, it could be great. It could be great. Casey says it's definitely going to happen someday. The story's too good, terrible, cringy to leave on the cutting room floor. There are so many stories like that, though. That's the thing, is that I'm kind of astonished that there's never been a film made about the discovery of the coelacanth. About Marjorie Courtney Latimer. That's absolutely right. You could turn it into a drama. You could turn it into like a biopic. You could turn it into a comedy. There's so many different directions that you could take that. It's such a rich story. There's so many different stories like that in the history of science. Imagine almost in the style of like Oppenheimer. But you introduce a lot of comedic elements to it, and you make that about the discovery of the coelacanth by the scientific recognition of the coelacanth, I should say, by Marjorie Courtney Latimer. It could be brilliant, you know? It's such a cool story, and if you're curious about that, just go watch the VOD from Fishmas this past year. That's our annual coelacanth celebration we have every late December, right before Christmas. Because, that's when the story started off. And I'm just making a subwoofer today. Let's see. So here's a link to that right there in case you'd like to see it. It only has 21 views. Holy cow. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Good stuff. Anywho. They gotta feel the cape slop movies. Isn't everybody tired of all this superhero nonsense? I don't know. I know I am. Anyhow. Bricadactylus says, I suspect the problem is that the studio execs have never heard of these people, so they think they aren't real players like your Einsteins and Oppenheimers, and thus wouldn't bring in an audience and profit. Yeah, but I don't know. You're probably right, you know? It reminds me of,
But when the last bone was put into place and the skeleton was...
Thank you, Feist.
These men certainly felt a strong sense of accomplishment. They had brought back to life one of the greatest animals that ever walked the face of the earth.
46 months of support. I really appreciate that, Feist. Holy cow. Yeah. Here, hopefully we can play this without getting any swear words. Let me, Yeah.
Through time and dancing chipmunks. A bunch of guys sitting around in a bar having a drink. That ain't a movie. You ain't got stars, you ain't got nothing. You give me stars, I'll make you this movie. Movies don't come from words on paper. Movies come from here and from here.
Anyway, I can't play more than that because that's so much more crass. But it's just such, it's a, I think, pretty excellent, surprisingly thoughtful send-up of kind of the Hollywood studio executive mindset. Crass can be hilarious too, absolutely upstairs down, but it doesn't necessarily fit the vibe that I'm trying to go for here on this channel. So anyway, there's a link there. Yeah. But yeah. They're doing a Jack Nicholson impression. Not really. It's kind of like the crassness of Jack Nicholson without any of the charm or almost accidental wit. He's just dumb and crass and loud and big-headed. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. But anyway, March Madness. Shoot, let's get into this. We're not gonna start doing our matchups yet, but I want to introduce you to this concept of Marsh Madness. Oh, and I guess I gotta render the file. Hang on a second. I had a busy weekend. A lot of stuff to work on. And, let's go ahead and get this thing rasterized and saved. There we go, that'll do it. Ironheart, thank you so much for the 56 months. Thank you, Ironheart. I'm sorry that, again, the TTS and the alerts is broken and it plays over the alerts. That's a Stream Elements issue. We'll see about fixing that eventually. Nothing I can do about it right now, but might switch to Twitch alerts one of these days. We won't have this issue. Marsh Madness is a special event that I came up with a few years ago, actually. I never got around to actually pulling the trigger on it, actually making it a reality until now. So here's the idea. During the month of March, we'll be looking at different dinosaurs that were named and published by America's first professor of paleontology, Othniel Charles Marsh. This guy named more dinosaurs than almost anybody else who's ever lived. He was kind of a scoundrel in some ways. We'll talk about that too. But we'll be talking about each of these dinosaurs. We'll be learning about them in every stream this month after today. We'll be having a head-to-head matchup with different dinosaurs that Marsh named. And you in the chat will actually be voting on which one advances to the next level. So it's kind of like the basketball tournament, where you've got different teams going head-to-head, single-round elimination. This is the same deal, but with dinosaurs. I wanted to start it off kind of simple, kind of small this year. If everybody likes it, if it goes well, we'll expand it next year. This year we're starting off with 16 dinosaurs, each of them named by Marsh. And of course we'll winnow it down to just one at the very end, our champion. Before I show you the bracket or anything, let me just give you a little bit of background on Marsh, you know? So here we go. There's a lovely documentary from PBS that came out a couple years ago. Oh,
Good morning,
and
Danny
This
and
was
Jack.
our world
Rosand,
225 million years ago at the
or
beginning
35
of the
months
Mesozoic
ago,
era.
when Rosand first subscribed. Thank you, Rosand, for your continued support. It means a lot to me. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Trek Nerd says, unlike sports, this sounds fun. Oh, don't get me wrong. I love sports. I love playing sports. I get absolutely bored to tears watching sports. The sort of person who brings a book to a baseball game or something like that. I don't understand why more people don't do that. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Taking me to a sporting event or like making me watch it on TV, it's like taking a dog to the dog park and making them sit in the car and watch all the other dogs run around. Like, it's torture. Why would you do that? I don't understand watching sports, but whatever. Yeah. Here. Marsh and Cope, the Bone Wars. Let's get a little bit of context here.
Every iconic dinosaur every kid grows up with. Apatosaurus, Triceratops, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus.
All four of those are marsh dinosaurs. Marsh named all four of those.
These guys went out into the American West and they found that stuff.
Cope and Marsh shed light on the deep past in a way no one had ever been able to do before. They unearthed more than 130 dinosaur species and some of the first fossil evidence supporting Darwin's new theory of evolution.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Huge contributions to science.
Unfortunately, there was a more sordid element too, which was their insatiable hatred for each other.
Yep,
which
there's
often
Marsh.
just baffled and exasperated everyone around them.
And there's Cope.
They began life as friends. Then things unraveled, and unraveled in quite a spectacular way.
Cope and Marsh locked horns for decades in one of the most bitter scientific rivalries in American history. Constantly vying for leadership in their young field, they competed ruthlessly to secure gigantic bones in the American West. They put American science on the world stage and nearly destroyed one another in the process.
Yep. At the time, they were two of the most famous scientists on the planet. So we'll just watch a few minutes of this to kind of set the stage for Marsh Madness here.
In the summer of 1868, a small group of scientists boarded a Union Pacific train for a sightseeing excursion through the heart of the newly opened American West.
And hang on, Sweetie Pie has returned. Somehow Sweetie Pie returned. Didn't you? Yeah. You want to do some Marsh Madness? Yeah, she's like, just give me the treats. Make with the treats, please. You know what I came here for. I didn't give her enough to start with. Yeah. Okay, Sweetie Pie. Okay. Yeah. I know this is a shakedown. I'll make with the treats, okay? Yeah. Here we go. And welcome, Wentiaria to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Here you go. Here you go, Sweetie Pie. Do you hear that? Yeah, that's probably too many. There you go. You know that sound. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Johnny Keelis is cheering for any hadrosaurs you got. I don't think we have any hadrosaurs on this year's bracket, but there will be one mentioned. In fact, the first hadrosaur named will be coming up in just a few minutes on our in our little documentary here. Does anybody know what that is? What was the first hadrosaur to be named? There's a hint right there in the name. What was the first hadrosaur to be named? At least the first name that stuck. Oh, there's hair all over the inside of my drink, sweetie pie. Oh, goodness. It's like 15 hairs in here. Not counting the ones that are floating in there. Sweetie pie. All right. If you said Griposaurus, you're incorrect. It's Hadrosaurus. Yeah, some of you already said that. Hadrosaurus. Ding, 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 ding. You got it. Yeah. Hadrosaurus. Here we go.
In the summer of 1868, a small group of scientists boarded a Union Pacific train.
You're welcome, Casey. Those are well-deserved dings.
To the heart of the newly opened American West. Among them was O.C. Marsh of Yale.
Here we go. Of Marsh Madness fame.
First university professor of paleontology. Looking out the window, Marsh was transfixed. While his fellow passengers saw magnificent landscapes, Marsh saw much more. Schooled in geology, he knew that great troves of prehistoric fossils could be buried in the ancient rocks.
Yeah, so I've actually, you long-term viewers will recognize this clip right here because I show this sometimes when people ask about why is the American West such a great place to find dinosaur fossils? Why do you find dinosaur fossils so often in places like Montana, the Dakotas, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado? This is the clip that I often show to help explain that. So it's not just me talking, I can show and not just tell.
I felt that entombed in the sandy clays, he recalled, there must be hidden the remains of many strange animals new to science.
And he was right about that.
Oh boy. To light. Here was a chance to establish his reputation while working on the greatest scientific problem of the age. Charles Darwin's revolutionary work on the origin of species had been published in England only a few years earlier. But Darwin despaired that little physical evidence of evolution could be found in Europe.
That's kind of the nutso thing, is that Darwin came up with this idea before there was super strong evidence for it from the fossil record. He was kind of ahead of his time in a lot of ways. Sort of. And so he was really
a serious game of paleontology.
Don Does Math, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, it was people like Marsh and Cope who, especially Marsh. Marsh was like an enthusiastic proponent of Darwin's ideas. Cope was a little colder on them. Cope thought that there had to have been some sort of mystical element to evolution. He didn't really buy that natural selection was very powerful. Cope was wrong, obviously. Marsh was right. But, yeah.
Where the heavily forested land concealed the geology underneath.
And let's see. Cope was the meaner one, huh? Marsh was kind of a thoughtful guy. They were both mean and reckless and nasty. Neither of these guys is who I would consider like in a human sense, like a good person. Both of them were both anti-heroes, you know? It's, I don't know. Who are two anti-heroes from pop culture? I don't know. It's people that you shouldn't root for. I don't know. It's Walter White versus Don Draper or something like that. I don't know. Prestige TV.
No
Now
other
that I've
creature in the
almost
world
reached
looks
the
like a
whole year,
half-plucked
thank you
turkey
again for a fantastic
and
month of
walks
great
like a
content and a
pot-bellied bear.
fantastic museum visit in February.
Thank you,
It's
Neffler.
always such a joy to be able to spend time learning in such a fantastic and safe community.
I appreciate you
Your
saying
passion
that,
and
Neffler.
patience in sharing your knowledge with us is always so appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Neffler, for the very kind words and for the 19 months of support. Thank you very, very much. Holy cow. Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate you, Neffler. Thanks for being part of this community. Thanks for your support. Thanks for your thoughtful words. Yeah. But yeah. Lighty was a nice guy. This is true, Claire. This is true. Yeah. All right, going through chat. Oh, somebody was asking me earlier. I missed this question, but I don't want to leave it permanently missed. Would you buy a ring that had T-Rex fossil in it as Cirque?
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Marcy walks dogs. Holy moly. Thank you, thank you. Converting a Prime sub to a Tier 1 sub. That's a recurring sub right there. Marcy walks dogs. Thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. That means the world to me. Thank you, thank you. It's recurring subscriptions like that that make these broadcasts possible.
Monsters. We came here to find fossils.
Dragorni, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you clicking that follow button. Yeah, Marcy, that's, I appreciate that. I find that flattering that, I don't know, somebody would convert a Prime sub to a Tier 1 sub. Because it's like, yeah, I want to support this. What's going on here? And not have to see any ads. And not have to worry about where I spend my Prime sub. I appreciate that, Marcy. I really do. Thank you. Recurring subs like that are the whole reason that these streams can happen. Thank you. Cirque, you were asking about whether you should buy a ring with a bit of T-Rex bone in it. I wouldn't do that as a paleontologist. Just because I'm not interested in owning dinosaur fossils. When I'm out in the field collecting fossils, it's under the kind of the mantra that
That belongs in a museum.
There is a reason why museums exist, and it's to hold these fossils in the public trust so they'll be there hundreds of years into the future, long after I'm dead. People will be looking at and studying the fossils that I excavated. Fossils shouldn't... scientifically important fossils shouldn't be in private collections where moth and rust can destroy. Paraphrase the Bible. Where things can be lost in estate sales or divorce or repossession by the bank or whatever. That's why we have museums, you know? Chances are if you're looking at something online where it says, oh, you'll buy a ring that has T-Rex bone in it, chances are that's... I don't know the specific instance that you're talking about, but I've seen many examples where they say that, oh, this is genuine dinosaur bone, and it's not. Like, it's a bit of a concretion or something like that, so just weird sedimentary rock. It's not even bone at all. And Tyrannosaurus, while not being rare, it's like the second or third or fourth most common dinosaur in the Hell Creek Formation. It's not a rare animal. The idea that somebody would be finding... let's assume for a second that it is real. The idea that somebody would find some T-Rex bones, smash them up, and then put all the little pieces into rings to sell on the internet, I just find kind of distasteful, you know? It kind of goes against everything that I'm about as a paleontologist and as a human being. So yeah, don't buy it. Not... yeah. It's probably not real, but if it is real, it's probably worse. So don't do it. That being said, I understand the impulse why someone would think that that's really cool. why somebody would want to buy that. If you like dinosaurs, you might see that and go, oh, that's really neat. I'd love to have a bit of dinosaur bone on my finger, you know, in a ring, show my friends. That'd be awesome. But it's almost the same sort of impulse that you should avoid where, I don't know, you see some kind of cool exotic animal in a YouTube video or on a TikTok or something, and you go, that'd be really neat to have that wild animal in my house as a pet. It's probably not a good idea. You probably shouldn't have an ocelot in your house. You probably shouldn't have a Komodo dragon. You know, that animal is not going to be happy in that environment. And you might be thinking that you're expressing your enthusiasm and love for that critter by doing that. But there will be unintended consequences. Does that make sense? Yeah. That being said, there are tons of really cool ways to express your enthusiasm and love for paleontology that don't end up causing problems like that. So nowadays there's a lot of really good retailers that kind of cater to people who really love paleontology. So 252mya.com is pretty excellent for this kind of thing. Holy cow, that's cool. Prehistoric Bugs Ugly Holiday Sweatshirt. I wish I knew about this before last year's, before Christmas. They have one with orthocones? These cephalopods with, like holiday, this is awesome. Holiday cephalopod sweatshirt. Anyway, a lot of their stuff is kind of graphic-y, but you can, you know, so like there's patterns and designs and stuff. But yeah. Anyway, there's a lot of other sites like this. I should make like some sort of a holiday gift guide this next year. I think that would be pretty cool. Yeah, stuff like that. Anyhow, Linus says, oh, totally? Yeah, I'll try and do that. Yeah. Oh, and Claire Burr says, okay, hear me out. Using the scraps of Matrix prepped off the fossil in the lab for jewelry parts, that would be cool. To have a ring with a piece of the Matrix that was on X fossil? I agree, Claire, yeah. Denver and I were talking about that years ago, about when we... when we're prepping something in the lab, like for instance...
To turn more people to great volunteers or even professionals.
Here, look at that jacket opened up.
Yeah, so if people want to find...
So here we go. Sorry about the noise. Nice. So this is the protective plaster and burlap cocoon that we build around a fossil to get it safely out of the ground. You have to kind of cocoon it so it comes out in one piece. We call this a field jacket. And so Steve, who's a professional preparator with the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, was opening that up.
Cradles here.
So there's a sacrum, the vertebrae in the hips of an armored dinosaur, maybe a new species, in this jacket. So we open this live on stream. So watch as Steve cracks this open.
I don't know how much we're gonna see. Oh, there's some stuff peeking out.
Nice. We got some bone already. Yeah.
Yeah, that must be part of the sacrum there.
Right over here too.
Yeah, that's either
process or something.
It's either float process or part of the cradle.
Okay.
This looks vertebral centrum right here, possibly. Jack says a lot of stuff.
So anyway, this is what we call the lid of the jacket right here.
So we always find new things.
So normally this just gets thrown into the dumpster. But for something that's like a new species of dinosaur, this that would normally get thrown away, that could be a really cool keepsake. So I've talked about this with Denver, be auctioning something like this off. If this ends up being a brand new genus and species of dinosaur, This is like an interesting historical artifact. That's part of the cocoon that got this dinosaur out of the ground during excavation. This is part of what we built there. And sometimes the jackets actually have art on them. So I've done this many times in the field. There we go. When I helped with the Yoshi's Trike excavation, I was on the crew in 2011. And believe it or not, I went through like 4 Sharpies doing this. The surface of the jackets tends to be really rough, and it just tears the crud out of the Sharpies. So anyway, but yeah, I just did this real quick. Just some quick jacket art. It's a fun thing to do when you're back in camp. I think they ended up throwing this away, but if you're like a serious dinosaur enthusiast, if you're a real connoisseur, if you could have this on your mantle above your fireplace or something, be like, yeah, I've got one of the jackets from the Yoshi's Trike site. From this excavation, excavating this Triceratops skeleton. It's got the longest brow horns of any Triceratops in the world. I've got that actual jacket in my possession. And in paying for that, I'm helping to support further paleontological fieldwork. That's something that's sustainable, doesn't hurt anybody. It benefits everybody, basically. That could be really cool. So I'd love to see more of that in the future. I heard that Denver might start doing that at his museum. And I hope he does, and I hope it's a rousing success. I hope museums start doing this all over the place. So yeah. 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 So that's even cooler than the Matrix. The Matrix is the surrounding rock in here, so Claire's idea was, this rock that we end up chipping away, why not have samples of that? But
whatever you want to call it, which would have been the underside of the jacket in the field. So it's the ventral side, the underside.
Yeah. So if they had done some jacket art on this, it could have raised the price if they wanted to sell it, but I don't know. Sometimes we're making these things really quickly in the field. We just need to get it out of the ground before a thunderstorm rolls in. But if you've got time to do some jacket art, are there any museums people watching right now? I'm not saying don't steal that idea, but it'd be nice to get some credit for Denver and maybe for May too about that, because I think that could make you some serious money, potentially. You get your real fossil enthusiasts in a bidding war over that kind of thing. That could lend some real financial support to next year's dig. So yeah. You could borrow the idea with credit. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, for sure. And Van Pack says, is Marsh Madness a play on March Madness for basketball? Yes. Here. We'll be talking about the bracket in a minute, and I'll be sharing that with you. It's printable. We're going to work on it together. It's going to be a month-long thing. But first, let's continue with some background info on, why is it Marsh Madness? So, here we go. Yeah.
Specific train for a sightseeing excursion through the heart of the newly opened American West.
I'm sorry, what year was this? 1868? Yeah.
Traveled in quite a spectacular way.
Cope and Marsh locked horns for decades in one of the most bitter scientific rivalries in American history.
Yep.
Constantly vying for leadership in their young field, they competed ruthlessly to secure gigantic bones in the American West.
The T-Rex is not really one of those. Cope did find some Tyrannosaur vertebrae, probably from Tyrannosaurus. I think they're from the Hell Creek or the Lance Formation. He named them Manospondylus gigas, but they're based on just a few really chunked up vertebrae. Really not diagnostic. They're very poor quality fossils. And so that name hasn't stood the test of time. It's just not useful because the material that he found he stuck a name on something that was kind of garbage. And so comparing it to other things became, it's really difficult. But Cope probably did discover T-Rex. He found a few chunks of it. But oftentimes you need more than a few chunks for a name to really stick, So yeah.
They put American...
And Scorch Hellfire, sharp balloons earlier. She recently got a commission to a balloon sculpture of an Ankylosaurus. Very cool. I encouraged her to share footage of the finished product with you. Oh, that would be awesome. Scorch Hellfire, yeah. Be on the lookout for that coming week or two. Thank you, Scorch. Thanks for thinking of me. Ankylosaurus is a very cool dinosaur. I've never worked on Ankylosaurus itself, except for a few osteoderms that I found, a few armor scutes of it in the field, but I've never dug up an Ankylosaurus skeleton. However, an earlier genus of Ankylosaur, something from 10 million years earlier, another kind of armored dinosaur I did help dig up in 2017. And that might eventually be a new species if it gets published. There's some politics stuff getting in the way of that right now, but
science on the world stage and nearly destroyed one another in the process.
All right, here we go. Cope and Marsh. How long is it going to take us to get through this snippet here? We'll see. Keep getting distracted. And hello, Bullet. How are you doing? Howdy, howdy. Hope your week is off to a good start.
In the summer of 1868, a small group of scientists boarded a Union Pacific train for a sightseeing excursion through the heart of the newly opened American West.
Hello, sweet pie.
Among them was O.C. Marsh of Yale.
There we go. O.C. Marsh of Marsh Madness fame.
America's first university professor of paleontology.
Yeah.
Looking out the window, Marsh was transfixed. While his fellow passengers saw magnificent landscapes, Marsh saw much more.
Yeah. This is the thing, is that when you've got training in geology, in geography, in stratigraphy, it gives you a different perspective on the world. It's almost like having a superpower. You could look at some rocks like this and go, oh, well, look at that uplift right there. Look at the angle, look at the strike and dip. Let's look at the lithology. This is clear from the bottom of an ancient ocean. Look, this is a marine limestone. And then you can tell, well, shoot, this area used to be at the bottom of the ocean. Millions upon millions of years ago. That kind of the special eyes that earth science can give you, it's pretty cool. It's pretty darn cool. And I'm not even particularly good at this. Given that paleontology is kind of a mixture of geology and biology, I'm kind of more on the biological side of things in a lot of ways. I'm not a very good geologist. And so when people can look and just interpret those landscapes like that, even from the window of a train, that's something that even I kind of gawk at. I'm very impressed by that. People like Jim Kirkland just do this naturally. It's a reflex, It's pretty cool. Rocks is rocks to Danny. I mean, not entirely. When you compared to your average person who says rocks is rocks, sure. But I don't know. I know a thing or two about rocks, but I am not a very good geologist. Contrast me with somebody like Papa Jim, like Jim Kirkland. I don't know anything. But yeah. Someone has sentimental value. There you go, Ornitz. Yeah. 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 Love hearing him look at a landscape. Yeah. Oh, man. I've been privileged to be able to do field work and also act as Jim's chauffeur multiple times. Here, let's go back to June 2023. Here we go, Mini Pie. Here, watch out. There we are. We had, this is prior to a scientific conference, we had a field trip. So we had, I think, 4 of these big 15-passenger vans, each driven by a different paleontologist and each filled with paleontologists and geologists. There's my hat right there. I was driving the Ford van. Everybody else got these older Chevy vans. I got the nice one. Originally, Jim was supposed to drive, and we're like, no. Jim, you get way too into the geology. I was like, let Danny drive. Danny, can you drive? And I said I'd be thrilled to. So it was a week of me driving this big Ford passenger van and just listening to Jim wax lyrical about all of these rocks that we were passing, just telling these stories about this is what this landscape was like. Look at the uplift here. Like, look at the colors of those rocks. Look at the erosional patterns. This is an ancient floodplain. This is an ancient seaway. This is an ancient bog. All that stuff. So me trying to focus on the road and keep everybody safe, but also trying to soak in all of this knowledge at the same time. It was really something, you know? Yeah, it was magical. One of these days, I really want to get some money together, rent a car, and take Jim on like a 4-day trip where we just cover every corner of Utah and have an audio recorder running so we can just have him talk about all of the rocks, then take all of that, have also somebody along to take copious notes the whole time about where we are, which mile markers we're at, take pictures of everything, just have like a complete record of all that, and then turn it into a phone application. Have it be an app, maybe through the Utah Department of Tourism or the Utah Geological Survey or something. But have it an app so that tourists or residents of Utah can fire this up on their phone, and it'll use location data so that when you're driving through the state, Jim can tell you about the rocks that you're looking at. This is the Intercontinental Seaway. This is the Western Interior Sea. Or this is the Morrison Formation, home to Stegosaurus and Allosaurus and Diplodocus. All kinds of things like that, interspersed with bits of music, bits of maybe historical trivia, all kinds of stuff, so that when you're on a big road trip through Utah, it'll keep you entertained, it'll give you an appreciation for what you're seeing. It'll add to your experience.
Some objects, gorgeous gargantuans and
Ken.
Because though they died out so long ago,
Ken, it's good to see you.
Bones
Yeah.
we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into
I
still.
appreciate you, Ken. Thank you for the 17 months. Ken, if I could give you a free sub, I would. Holy cow. I appreciate the support, Ken. Ken was in my van during this. Remember this, Ken? Yeah. Anyway. Jim could talk for days about Utah's geology. There are very, very few people on our planet, maybe 2, maybe fewer, who know as much about Utah's history, ancient history, Utah's rocks, Utah's geology, stratigraphy, than Jim Kirkland. In fact, Jim might be number 1. I don't know. Pretty incredible. And really looking forward to spending some more of my summer with him this year. And with you too, Ken. Good to see you. We're going to get into Marsh Madness here, but I keep getting distracted. Yeah, here, let's get back to our documentary here. There we are.
Schooled in geology, he knew that great troves of prehistoric fossils could be buried in the ancient rocks. I felt that entombed in the sandy clays, he recalled, there must be hidden the remains of many strange animals new to science, long waiting to be brought to light. Here was a chance to establish his reputation while working on the greatest scientific problem of the age.
Yeah, so like I was saying, Marsh really helped
Charles Darwin's
come up with evidence for
revolutionary work
evolution.
on the origin of species had been published in England only a few years earlier. But Darwin despaired that little physical evidence of evolution could be found in Europe.
Yeah.
Where the heavily forested land concealed the geology underneath. The arid, open American West, Marsh was convinced, would yield the kind of fossil evidence needed to prove Darwin's theory.
The American West is blessed.
There's Bacher again.
A couple of things. Number one, a long history of mountains going up. And when mountains go up, next to the foothills of mountains are a depression, a basin. And as soon as mountains go up, they start getting eroded by streams. The streams bring down sand and mud that fills up that basin at the bottom of the foothills. That's a wonderful place to die and leave a good-looking corpse.
There you go, Murph. Yeah.
But wait, there's another element. It's dry. It's really dry. It's
No, Bacher's just really good on camera.
Or the Urals.
Bane Spawn,
drier
welcome.
than the Caucasus.
Good to have you here.
So when you could take the railroad to Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, and you walk around, you can see the rocks, naked rocks. And the rocks are full of fossils, including bones.
Yep. Yeah.
Marsh collected little on this first trip, but like a
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Thank you, Virgic, for the follow. Virgic P, I appreciate you clicking that follow button. Welcome to Paleontologizing. What do you think, Minnie? Good stuff? You left some crumbs. Look. You eat those. Don't leave a mess on my desk. That's exactly what she's gonna do. Well, mini pie. But yeah. Oh, and first anomaly. Thank you, Claire, for reposting that. Which dinosaur would you be most afraid of if they would not be extinct? I think maybe the one that's behind me right now, actually, would be worth being scared of. I mean, holy cow. Tyrannosaurs, until I 3D printed this skull right here, I don't know. Here's the thing about T-Rex, is that this is a dinosaur that gets a ton of attention all the time. It's just, everybody knows about T-Rex, everybody talks about T-Rex. T-Rex is one of those dinosaurs that just, it's everywhere in popular culture. And frankly, as a dinosaur paleontologist, sometimes it's difficult not to get a little bit sick of T-Rex. You go, oh yeah, T-Rex. Holy cow, Tyrannosaurus. The jaws on this animal are enormous. Bigger than just about every other meat-eating dinosaur. Like, compare this with Allosaurus. Let me go get my Allosaurus skull, which is almost way too big to start with. Like, this would be a world-beating Allosaurus skull in terms of size. Let me go get it, and we'll do a quick comparison here. Here we go. Look at that. Look at that. This is enormous for an Allosaurus skull. Like, this is really, really big for an Allosaurus skull. Allosaurus, of course, is from the late Jurassic of North America. T-Rex is from the late Cretaceous, latest Cretaceous. Just, look at that. It's twice as big, easily. So, I don't know. I show you that to get the idea across that as much attention as Tyrannosaurus gets, it really is superlative in a lot of ways. It is in many ways the biggest meat-eating dinosaur. Maybe it was not quite as long as Carcharodontosaurus or Giganotosaurus or Mapusaurus or Tyrannotitan or something like that. But these dinosaurs are all known from very incomplete remains. We don't have a good understanding of them. Tyrannosaurus is known from a number of really good skeletons, some of them nearly complete. And there are... the big ones are enormous, and that you can't argue with it. They're just huge. And it would have been significantly heavier than dinosaurs like Carcharodontosaurus or Giganotosaurus, based on what we know of their skeletons. Tyrannosaurus was bulkier. It had more mass. It's also the very last of the big meat-eating dinosaurs. It lived right up until the asteroid strike. T-Rex is one of those dinosaurs that got its ticket punched when the big one hit. When that asteroid hit the Gulf of Mexico, Tyrannosaurus is one of those dinosaurs.
Ontogeny.
That was there at the very end. It's funny. Right there. Styracosaurus. Is this supposed to be who is this supposed to be? It's just generic Centrosaurian ceratopsid. Anyway, this is not a real dinosaur, but T-Rex was there at the very end. And so it's superlative in that sense as well. It's kind of the ultimate dinosaur in some senses. In a literal sense, being one of the last. It was there at closing time, you know? Closing time. One last call for carry-on. Finish your duckbills. You don't have to go home, but you do have to go extinct. Closing time. Yeah.
In at number 8, we have the
I know, Dax.
Tradoon.
Thank you for the 10 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Time for you to go out to the places you will be from, Mrs. Marespace. I don't know that song well enough to actually know all the lyrics.
Tradoon.
Yeah. Any other metaphors? Is that not enough for you, DMWay? So anyway, I don't know. Years ago, I had an idea, a whole script for like a long-form YouTube video, edited content I was gonna do about Tyrannosaurus and about its place in popular culture, and is T-Rex overrated? Kind of exploring this, talking about Tyrannosaurus not just as a figure in popular culture, but as an actual living animal, as a subject of scientific study. Trying to examine the hype around Tyrannosaurus from a paleontologist perspective. And I never got around to finishing it.
Digging these bones out of the ground is a slow process.
Fatty Liver, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It is one of those things that I should finally do, especially now that I've got some excellent props. But one of the reasons why I stream on Twitch, rather than doing edited YouTube videos, is editing takes me such a long time. It's incredibly labor intensive. And I don't know. When I've done YouTube videos over the past few years, some of them have been, they've seen some success, and I should really get back around to doing that. It'll help bring new people to the channel and everything. But, I don't know. Do you like that idea? if you want to see me produce some edited YouTube videos like this big T-Rex one, there's a way that you could help with that, I suppose. Not to be too mercenary about things, but this is something that could really help me out a lot. It's a teleprompter from Elgato. One of the most, apart from the editing, the most time-consuming part of this and the most painful part of this is taking things from the script and reading them into the camera. Because I want to make eye contact with the camera. I don't want to be reading something off screen and having it be really stilted, and it's like, I'm not going to do that. So instead, I have to try and write the script in such a way that there's like 30-second snippets of dialogue that I can say to the camera that are manageable for me to remember without messing up. And it affects the writing. For every snippet of two-camera monologue that I'm doing, it's usually like 20 different takes till I get it right, just because I end up messing something up. It's just a ton of work. A teleprompter would really, really help with that. And if anybody is feeling extraordinarily generous, that would help me out a lot, being able to do that with a teleprompter. It's a good product, too. It's not some rinky-dink thing. Like, that's tried and true. They put a lot of work into that. I've heard very good things about it. Death Source says it gets easier with practice. That's true, but it's not something that I do that often. This would help me practice as well. I don't know. I used to be in theater in high school, and memorizing lines was always one of those things that, like, it takes a long time. It takes a lot of dedication, and that slows down the whole process. If I could produce a scripted video every couple weeks or something, that could be really good for helping grow this channel and helping do more science outreach, reaching a different audience on YouTube, all that stuff. So much work, though. This would help out a lot, I think. It'd just be a tool that would... Anyway, that's my thoughts on that. Yeah. You are very, very good with the videos you make. Thank you, Claire. It's a lot of work, though. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. Flow is super... Oh. Thank you, Claire. I get really frustrated doing scripted stuff. I'm much better off the cuff than I am at reciting things from a script. Because it's conversational. I'm literally having a conversation with you right now. That's one of the reasons why I really love Twitch, is that there isn't that kind of artifice that there is with YouTube, with pre-recorded videos. There's a certain, like, and, like, wrapped up and packaged with a bow put on it kind of quality to YouTube videos that it feels stilted, it feels ungenuine. Maybe that's a skill issue for me. I don't know. I think the teleprompter would really help. But I don't know. If it's not, I don't know. I'm trying to save up for that right now. So, like, by the end of the month, I'd like to get that. Yeah. Unless somebody wants to be obscenely generous. Because it's not cheap. It's not cheap. Yeah. Anywho. Lenina says, I'm bad at both. I herp-a-derp my way through social interactions. I'm sure you're far more charming than you realize, Lenina. If your chats here are any indication at all, then you're being too hard on yourself. Yeah. Is it on Throne so it could be community funded? I don't have a Throne yet, Claire Burr. That's the funny thing, is that when I introduced that to Denver and Liz for the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, I'm I'm like, hey, you should try this thing called Throne, where people can support your projects online. They can contribute bit by little bit to larger items. They can do direct donations, all this stuff. And they're like, oh, that sounds really good. How long have you been using it? Huh? I don't use it. I should probably get on that, huh? But it's worked out really well for them. Lordy uses it. And, I need to sit down one of these days and put together a Throne wish list and all that, because I think it'd be a good idea. Yeah. Yeah. Throne.com/paleontologizing? Wait, what? Claire, you didn't just... Oh. I guess did I make one? I hope I did this and not somebody else. I think I did this just to... I can't remember. If I did do this, it was just so I could grab the username before somebody else scooped it up. But I don't have anything on there yet. We made this an age ago. You never put anything on it. You were busy. That busyness continues. But yeah. Remember making you do it. Thank you, Claire, for making me do that. I gotta sit down and actually do that at some point. Anywho, where were we? Let's get back to Marsh Madness here. Marsh Madness. Here.
Inspector who'd just caught a glimpse of the mother lode, he vowed to return. Next time, he'd bring a work party, prepared to hunt for bones in the richest fossil fields on Earth.
Yep. And this is true, Lenina, yeah.
O.C. Marsh was not the only...
Yes! That's very... Yeah, thank you, Lenina. If somebody reaches out to you, claiming that they're me, asking for money, they are a scammer. I will not do that to anybody. That's not... Yeah.
Only one thinking about the deep past in 1868.
And they go down
in Philadelphia,
I can
at the Academy of Natural Sciences.
Yeah.
The world's first mounted dinosaur skeleton.
Here we go, finally. What was the world's first mounted dinosaur skeleton? Does anybody remember? Does anybody know? This was also the answer to our previous question earlier. Not Troodon. Although Troodon was named by the same guy, by Joseph Leidy. World's first mounted dinosaur skeleton.
The world's first mounted dinosaur skeleton went on display.
Yeah.
It was called Hadrosaurus, a creature said to have gone extinct millions of years ago.
Not said to have, it certainly did. I happen to have this. Oh, what is that on the back wall today? Same one. Yeah, Joseph Leidy. Someone who described this critter. There's nothing close to a complete skeleton here, so big parts of this, including the skull, are like almost entirely reconstructed. There might be a couple of actual skull bones from toward the back of the skull there, but let's see. There's a lovely skeletal mount of it in Philadelphia, I believe. There we go. So those are casts of the original bones right there. Why is this so low res? If you want to read about was the Hawkins Hadrosaurus real. So Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins was the guy who mounted it. He's the same guy who did the famous Crystal Palace dinosaurs at Sydenham Park, South London. Iguanodon, Megalosaurus, Hylaeosaurus. Yeah, where's that image? There it is. Bingo. Yeah. So the actual bones represented are, looks like a bit of the jugal, cheekbone right there, a couple of dorsal vertebrae, a forelimb, not much of an arm right there without the fingers. We've got a left hind limb, almost complete. Part of the hips, we've got the ilium and the ischium. And we've got a good sequence of caudal vertebrae, tail vertebrae right there. But that's all we really have of Hadrosaurus. That's one of the reasons why this dinosaur is so poorly known. And one of the reasons for its recent fall from grace. Wait, hang on. Where's that other? There we go. That's the one I was looking for. One of the reasons for its recent fall from grace. This dinosaur used to be the namesake for the hadrosaurian hadrosaurs, the so-called flat-headed duck-billed dinosaurs. You've got the ones with the big crests, the lambeosaurs, and then what we used to call the hadrosaurians. So lambeosaurians, hadrosaurians. Recently, it's been changed. We have lambeosaurians and saurolophines now, because as it turns out, Hadrosaurus is probably not actually a hadrosaurian. It's probably not one of the crestless duckbills like that, the so-called flat-headed duckbills. It's probably an entirely different group of duckbill dinosaurs because it's from the East Coast. Because it's from what we call Appalachia over here. When North America was split in two by the Western Interior Seaway, you had weird and unusual and different dinosaurs over here in Appalachia. Nowadays, they're mostly very mysterious, because almost all of the really good dinosaur fossils that we have from this time are from the West, from Laramidia. Very few of them are from the East, from Appalachia. And in isolation, these dinosaurs evolved in different directions. Different morphologies, different forms, different shapes and sizes and everything else. These dinosaurs are still very mysterious, and Hadrosaurus is one of these. We don't have a lot of its skeleton, and so its relationship to the other duckbill dinosaurs is still kind of a mystery. So it lending its name to the Hadrosaurians doesn't make any sense. That's why they gave that honor to Saurolophus instead, so instead it's the Saurolophines. But we do at least know that this belongs to a duckbill dinosaur. So Hadrosaurus is still the namesake for all of the hadrosaurs. All of the duckbill dinosaurs. But, versus Lambeosaurians. So here's Saurolophines here. We used to call these Hadrosaurians, but Hadrosaurus is probably not one of these. It's probably a weird third thing. But it still gives its name to all of the duckbill dinosaurs as a group, the hadrosaurs. Yeah. Because it was the first one. But yeah. Yeah. Hey, I'm not walking here. Says Horn Stevie. I mean, yes, it is. Hadrosaurus is from the East Coast. From not too far from where Balint and Lita live, and Baby Alona. This dinosaur's from Jersey. Yeah. But yeah. And there you go, Claireberry. Yeah, it's the body and head. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. But Hadrosaurians were named after Hadrosaurus, weren't they? So can't we change the definition of Hadrosaurian to include the namesake? No, because, well, Hadrosaurs are still named after Hadrosaurus, yes. But there's a major split within Hadrosaurs. We used to have the Hadrosaurians and the Lambeosaurians. It turns out Hadrosaurus is probably not one of either of those groups, so calling this side the Hadrosaurians doesn't make sense anymore. been changed to saurolophines. Maybe someday we'll find more remains of this animal in Jersey or elsewhere. But yeah, as Ms. Art Rule says, we need more fossils. We don't have them yet. So, yeah. What differentiates the hadrosaurians from the lambeosaurians? Well, now it's, again, like I said, now it's saurolophines and lambeosaurians. But there's a few things that distinguish them. They've got a different structure to their hips. They've got a different width to their beaks. Lambeosaurians didn't have much narrower beaks. They may have been more choosy eaters, more browsers rather than grazers. But the most dramatic thing is their skulls. Their crests, or lack thereof. So the lambeosaurians tend to have these really elaborate crests, sometimes with like Parasaurolophus and its relatives. They're almost obnoxious. You just get this super wide variety of different crests like this in the lambeosaurians. The saurolophines, on the other hand, formerly the hadrosaurians, the saurolophines tend to have flatter heads. Saurolophinae, they tend to be a little bit more conservative with what their heads look like. So, yeah, saurolophinae. So they tend to have just slightly less showy looking heads. Some of them have got these nasal bosses like this, where they've got a bump right here, like Gripposaurus and Cretosaurus and Brachylophosaurus. Yeah, but they don't have the big, dramatic crests like the lambeosaurians do. Sometimes they've got a little one like this, like Saurolophus and Augustinilophus. But for the most part, they're pretty conservative looking. There's Maiasaura right here, a little tiny crest. Yeah, they're crestless, says Ms. Art Rules. Not entirely crestless, but their crests are more subdued. You know? They're not doing as much. Does that make sense? And is there any possibility that these supported keratin sheaths? Almost certainly, Casey Snowart, yeah. And what's kind of funny is that some of them, like Edmontosaurus, we used to think was crestless until there was a specimen discovered that had preserved flesh on top. And some of them did have a crest, it just didn't have bone underneath. It was fleshy, almost like the comb on a rooster or something like that. So yeah, I don't know. That's the thing about dinosaurs. They'll surprise you. Yeah. So yeah, like with birds. Exactly, Ms. Art Rules. Yeah, like the feather crests or the sometimes fleshy crests of different birds. Do they crow at dawn? Honest, I don't know how to test that question. I'm short of using a time machine. Yeah. But anyway, here is a link to that right there. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Nell says, so a theoretical comparison would be to compare the difference between hadrosaurs and lambeosaurs to various bovines? That's a good question, Nell. Yeah. Because that's the thing. There's all kinds of different bovids. These artiodactyls. If we're trying to come up with like an analogy for these guys to understand them in their environment, let's jump to the bovids. Bovidae. The cow is in their relatives. There we go. Bovidae. So this includes antelopes and bison and saiga and wildebeest and all kinds of stuff. Bovids, 137 species. So this is a group of mammals that today have got all kinds of different headgear And they've also got different widths to their mouths. That's something that I'm really interested in, is if the width of their mouths actually offers clues about what they're eating. So, think about, like, the difference between a cow and a deer. Here we go. So deer have got narrower snouts than cows do. A cow's snout is not super wide. It doesn't have a giant duck bill or anything, but it's much wider than a deer. Cows are more grazers. Deer are more browsers. What's the difference, you're probably asking? Grazers just kind of eat whatever. They're eating grass, they're eating kind of low-quality plant material, and just eating a lot of it. So they've got a wider mouth that makes it easier for them to just kind of do quantity over quality. They're just shoveling in massive quantities of low-grade plant material and eating it. Deer have got narrower snouts. They're much pickier, they're more selective. They're going after the choicest morsels of plant material. They're gonna jump your fence so that they can eat your rose bushes, or eat the leaves off of the squash plant in your garden, or whatever else, you know? They're much more choosy about what they're eating. They're willing to travel further to get it. They're going for quality instead of quantity. My question is there like a mathematical relationship between the broadness of the snout and how choosy the animals are about what they eat? Can we tell from the fossil record whether an animal was a browser or a grazer based on the broadness of its snout? I don't know. I suspect the answer might be yes. And there are a few people who have kind of looked into this, but I would like to see it done with like a big survey of modern animals. If you were to look at the bovids in general, oh, wrong button. I wonder if the snout width thing is actually a good indicator of the habits of the living animal. Whether it can accurately predict whether these guys are browsers or grazers. Because you've got both within Bovidae. You've got very picky, choosy eaters, and you've got guys who'll just eat whatever. As long as it's convenient and nearby, you know? The problem is, this basic research on bovids today, I suspect much of it hasn't been done yet. Like, we probably don't have a great idea of how picky each of these different bovids is. So in order to use them as an analogy for dinosaurs who are extinct and whose behavior we can't observe directly, first we've got to actually do the groundwork of figuring out what's going on with these living animals. Once we make sense of them, then maybe they can be a key for understanding these extinct herbivorous dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. And then you have the tiny snoot of a goat, which will eat anything. Yeah, tin cans, dynamite. If cartoons are to be believed, goats will eat anything, Casey Snowart, yeah. Yeah. Mobsters will use them to discard bodies, you know. Again, if cartoons are to be believed. Sounds like a paper to me, says Golganak. Could be. Yeah, but it would take a lot of work. Yeah. Anywho, let's see. And Commodore says, Danny, when did you realize this very humbling experience that we'll always have gaps in our understanding and reality is beyond human perception? I'm not going to say all of reality is beyond human perception, but we'll never know everything, because you can't. The understanding of the biggest human brain? Brain size doesn't actually correlate to intelligence or what people know either, but yeah, it's more complicated than that. I think it's great to make the gap less wide. It will never be narrow, just less wide. Yeah. No, I agree. Knowledge is an ever-receding horizon. You can never, because the Earth is round, you can never walk to the edge of it. But if you're hiking toward the horizon, you can still cover hundreds of miles. You can see really cool things, you can learn really cool things, you can improve your life significantly. This idea that there's like an end point somewhere, that's completely the wrong idea. And that's kind of what's exciting about science, is that we'll never know everything. But just in the last 100 years, what we've been able to learn as scientists using science has essentially doubled human lifespans. It's cured diseases. It's made our lives not just longer, but happier in many ways. It's allowed people to lead a fulfilling existence. In some cases. We've got a lot of improvements to make. And a lot of this stuff is not necessarily scientific. It's sociological, it's political. Making sure that people's needs are provided for. Making sure that people aren't exploited and oppressed and marginalized. So science is a tremendous tool for improving human conditions, but it's not the only tool. It can inform other areas, but we need a culture and a society where science is allowed to do that. And that's not what's happening right now, at least in the US. Science is being actively dismantled by the federal government at the moment. Scientists are being fired, researchers are being muzzled. There are studies that aren't allowed to be published all of a sudden because they don't agree with the current regime. There's a lot of really, really frightening, terrible stuff going on right now. And we'll probably talk a bit more about this tomorrow. I wasn't really prepared to talk about it today. I want to get some stuff in order before we can really dive into that. And if there are people who don't want to talk about that, I understand. That's fine. We're not going to talk about it a lot today. But we will talk about it sometime this week. And because at a certain point, I would be remiss in not discussing it. As somebody actively engaged in science, I have friends and colleagues who are being fired, who are being muzzled. At a certain point, silence is complicity, and I'm not going to be complicit in this. So we'll talk about that later this week. But, yeah. And Gal Rocks, thank you for the 500 bits. I really appreciate that. Gal Rock says science from the last 100 years has even allowed people to sit in front of computers and phones and watch dinosaur science streams live. It's true. Yeah, that's true. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Anywho, yeah. Yeah. Let's get back to our documentary here. Where were we? Because we've got to get into Marsh Madness here. We keep getting sidetracked. Where did that tab go? There we go. We got sidetracked talking about Hadrosaurus. So,
Marsh was not the only one thinking about the deep past in 1868. In Philadelphia, at the Academy of Natural Sciences, the world's first mounted dinosaur skeleton went on display. It was called Hadrosaurus, a creature said to have gone extinct millions of years ago. And so unlike anything in the modern world, it challenged the biblical story of creation.
This was a big deal at the time. Yeah.
Now, barely 3 years after the end of the Civil War, it seemed that everything in America, even the story of the prehistoric past, was up for grabs.
Americans in the middle of the 19th century experienced two revolutions simultaneously. One, of course, is the Civil War, and that changes everything about the country politically, economically, socially, and the other is scientific.
So that's important. In some ways, I'm not a historian, but I've heard multiple historians kind of opine on this. You can think of the Civil War as being kind of a second American Revolution. There was the Revolutionary War back in the late 1700s, and then nearly 100 years later, kind of a second revolution. It was an incomplete revolution, kind of a failed revolution in some ways, because it failed to actually give rights to, to give full rights to people who had been formerly enslaved. But you can think of it as a revolution that was tasked with doing that and then partially failed. But yeah, that's an interesting topic. And again, I'm not a historian. I can't give you a full rundown of how that works and why it counts as a revolution or anything like that. But something to think about.
That the world hasn't always been like it is today.
And they go Native Fiend, War of 1812, Second War of Independence, sure. Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of the Empire Strikes Back. Was the War of 1812. And the Brits and Canadians came down and burned the White House and everything. And yeah, maybe that's the Battle of Hoth. Yeah.
In fact, where we might be standing right now was completely different.
Way too recent for me. Exactly, Charlie's right.
100 million, 400 million years ago is a really powerful, fascinating, thrilling idea for people.
The hadrosaur had been unearthed in a quarry in Haddonfield, New Jersey, and assembled by a group of scientists that included a 28-year-old Philadelphia Quaker
named Cope.
Edward Drinker Cope had already made a name for himself with the discovery of the second known American dinosaur skeleton.
Marsh was Cope's great rival.
He named Laelaps.
Oh, one of our dinosaurs on our bracket is actually kind of a dinosaur that, in some ways, Marsh kind of stole from Cope. You could think of it as. In the sense that Cope came up with this name, Laelaps. Laelaps, however you want to say it. It's named after something in Greek or Roman mythology. It was like a hunting dog that always caught its quarry. Laelaps. It turns out that name was already preoccupied, of course, by an arthropod. It's always an arthropod. And Marsh pointed that out. Renamed it Dryptosaurus, the name that it still has to this day. So it was Cope's dinosaur, and then it kind of became Marsh's dinosaur, and it's one of the ones on our bracket, as we'll see.
A self-taught prodigy, he'd been captivated by science since childhood.
Cope took a great interest.
Haddonfield, New Jersey. Haddon, Haddonfield. Haddonfield. Yeah. Nice little town in Jersey. 12,550. That's kind of a low population for an East Coast town. Yeah. Lenina says, always an arthropod, almost always a beetle. I think in this case, Laelaps was actually a mite or some kind of arachnid. Yeah. Laelaps mythology. A Greek mythological hunting dog that never failed to catch what it was hunting. But this is the one we're talking about. It's a mite. And mites are a kind of arachnid, are they not? Yeah, arachnidae. Arachnida, rather. Anyhow.
It's a natural history. And at a very young age, he gained admission.
And Haddonfield, as in the Halloween movies? Help me out, Lenina. Is Halloween, is that the one with... Is that with Freddy Krueger or the ski mask guy? Which one is that? Mike Myers, who's Canadian. Canadian comedian. Austin Powers, says Murph. Yeah, we're on the same wavelength right there, Murph. Yeah. Jamie Lee. Oh, neither, says Lenina. Oh, shoot. Jamie Lee Curtis. Jamie Lee Curtis is a... She's a horror movie antagonist? Or is she... I'm all confused now. I'm sorry. I'm ignorant of this, Lenina. Jamie Lee Curtis. Halloween. Okay. Oh, my embiggening thing isn't working. I know there are a bunch of Chrome extensions that stopped working today. Here, let me see about this. Hang on. Extensions, manage extensions. Turn on. I know it's not supported. I don't care. It's an essential part of my web browsing. Refresh. It's still not embiggening properly. That's really annoying. Hang on. Bear with me, chat. I'm trying to get this to work. Hover zoom. That's it. Turn on. Okay. Fresh. Bingo. There we go. Now it's working. Yeah. Death Source says Google Chrome has been disabling a lot of helpful extensions. Yeah, if they keep doing this, I'm switching. I'm gonna switch to Firefox full time. Might be a lot of switches going on. Oh, the fictional town of Haddonfield, Illinois, not New Jersey. Oh, okay. Gotcha, Lenina. Okay. Life is unfair. It is. Cancel, like, disabling these extensions. You know, putting Malcolm into the middle, all these things. You know how it goes. Continue. Keep talking, Peter Dotson.
Admission to a great interest in natural history, and at a very young age, he gained admission to the Academy of Natural Sciences, which was not open to the public in those days. And
well, it
he
did
would
stream
make
from
droings of ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs from the time that he was 9 years old. He was a brilliant fellow.
Yeah, so Cope was kind of a prodigy.
Cope haunted the academy through his teens, learning anatomy, organizing collections of fish and snakes, developing a passion for fossils. Like his mentor, Joseph Leidy, the discoverer of Hadrosaurus and America's first paleontologist, Cope was a gentleman naturalist, following in the footsteps of Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, Rosand. I will not switch to Firefox. Well, here's the thing. I need a browser that does a lot of the things that Chrome does right now, so I've got a whole bunch of extensions that are essential for what I do here on Twitch. Things like the closed captions that are running right now, things like the hover zoom, things like blocking ads and stuff like that. I've tried a lot of these other web browsers that don't seem to work particularly well with a lot of these things, so I don't know. There's a lot of features that are essential to me that these streams would have to change significantly if I were to switch to a different browser that didn't have that stuff, you know? Yeah.
Men deeply devoted to understanding the natural world.
None of them have what we would regard as a credential or advanced training. They have no PhDs because American colleges are not granting PhDs. Cope is part of that older gentleman's world.
That fall, Cope received a letter from Professor Marsh at Yale, whom he'd befriended a few years earlier when they were both in Europe.
Yep, so Cope and Marsh started off as friends.
Now the professor wanted to see the quarry where the hadrosaur had been found, and Cope was happy to oblige.
So they start off as two scientists who are both interested in the same things, and because they've got common interests, kind of natural friends at the beginning. Marsh is really curious to see this Hadrosaurus quarry. And,
Cope took Marsh on a field trip to visit the various quarry operations in southern New Jersey. And they parted on good terms, and Marsh went back to New Haven. But after that trip, Cope's fossil supply dried up.
It soon became clear why. Marsh had made a deal with the quarry owners to send any new discoveries to his lab at Yale College.
Cope was quite put out. He'd taken Marsh out, he'd introduced him to people, and the next thing he knows, he feels behind his back, Marsh is stealing bones from New Jersey.
Marsh is not part of that older 19th century gentleman's world of natural science. He doesn't feel bound by those unwritten rules.
So Marsh grew up basically in poverty. I believe his parents were farmers, and did his parents die when he was very young and he was raised by an uncle or something? I'm trying to remember. But he was kind of plucked out of poverty by his very wealthy Uncle Peabody, who Marsh was able to convince him to build him a museum and, like, deliver him on a silver platter a professorship of paleontology. That's how Marsh became the first professor of paleontology. So Marsh is kind of this, I'm not going to say rags to riches, but rags to upper middle class academia story. Cope, however, came from a wealthy family. And then Cope later invested in some silver mines that didn't pan out and lost his fortune. They both ended up spending a tremendous amount of money on fossil expeditions, on going and doing paleontological fieldwork. Cope basically died in poverty, like an earlier death than he should have died too. May have actually died from syphilis. We'll talk about that when we talk about on the anniversary of Cope's death, which was April 12th. We'll do a special stream about Cope and the posthumous journeys of his skull across the United States. It's pretty wild, that whole story in the 90s. Oh, Cope's skull went on a road trip across the U.S. We'll talk about that later. Yeah, Casey, we'll talk about that. Yeah. But yeah. And Devolved, have I read Dragon Teeth by Crichton? I have. It's very uneven. So, Michael Crichton, who wrote Jurassic Park, had a manuscript that languished for, until after he died. HTON, there we go. Crichton. Dragon Teeth. So this is an interesting, historical fiction book written mostly by Michael Crichton. He didn't have the manuscript finished. So he had, I guess you could say, a ghostwriter who, filled in the gaps in the manuscript in order to get it published. You can kind of tell when Crichton had stopped writing because the science suddenly just becomes incomprehensible. It's all wrong. At least I'm assuming that's what happened, is that Crichton had it correct for the parts that he wrote, and that, yeah. Anyway, very uneven story. It's got interesting points to it, but it follows a young man from the East Coast who wants to go out on an adventure. I think he starts off with Marsh, and then later on, he switches to the Cope team. And there's all kinds of peril and danger and fossil discoveries. And if that's the sort of story that sounds interesting to you, check it out. See if you can get it from your local independent bookseller. Yeah. I found it really hard to get immersed in that story. Just because it did feel so uneven. You can kind of tell when Crichton was writing and then parts that were filled in by the ghostwriter. Oh yeah. Yeah. Nader Fiend, any evidence for STIs in dinosaurs? No. We have hardly any evidence for disease at all in dinosaurs. I could talk about the Centrosaurus with the cancerous fibula. But I really want to continue this because we want to get into Marsh Madness here. Yeah.
He operates in an almost business-like way, much more.
Oh, here we go.
And the next thing he knows, he feels behind his back, Marsh is stealing bones from New Jersey.
Marsh is not part of that older 19th century gentleman's world of natural science. He doesn't feel bound by those unwritten rules. He operates in an almost business-like way, much more aggressively. He sees an opportunity in Haddonfield. He grabs it.
Marsh was a go-getter. Tireless, relentless, you could say.
The episode at Haddonfield cracked the veneer of Marsh and Cope's early friendship. A fracture that would deepen a few months later in Philadelphia.
Yeah. So this would go into the Elasmosaurus and how Marsh pointed out that Cope built his Elasmosaurus backwards, and it was a whole thing. So at this time, the American West is kind of opening up for scientific exploration. The U.S. government is starting this kind of out-and-out campaign of genocide against the native people of the continent. Marsh objected to that in some interesting ways and actually advocated for better treatment of Native American people. We'll talk about that later this month too. But anyway, they both send crews out to the American West. Throughout the late 1800s. And kind of made history. Both of them led crews that discovered dinosaur fossils. And but I don't know. When we actually look at the tally, which we'll look at in a little bit, of which dinosaurs were named by Marsh and which dinosaurs were named by Cope, it's not even close. Marsh had so many more dinosaurs. There we go.
Of Morrison, Colorado.
He was hiking, they saw bones. Pieces of
Arthur
bones that
Lakes.
eroded out. They were gigantic.
Who would later work for Marsh, I believe.
And he made contact.
Bacher again.
Museums back east. He got some advice, but basically he was self-taught. And he arguably is the...
Arthur Lakes. Salamander, is that right? Shoot, I kind of forgot about that. Yeah. Casey says, I went to a library named after him yesterday. Very cool, Casey. Holy cow. Arthur Lakes Library at the Colorado School of Mines. Very nice. Yeah. And they found dig sites from his art, huh? Nice. Yeah, Claire. So, relocating old quarries is a really important thing in dinosaur paleontology. And since Arthur Lakes didn't really have access to photographic equipment, he would do these wonderful watercolor sketches of different sites, and he paid very close attention to the color of the rocks. And so using some of his watercolors, scientists in the 20th and 21st centuries have actually been able to relocate where some of these dinosaur skeletons came from. They could go back and find the hole in the ground where these were from, which ended up being really, really important for figuring out the stratigraphy. Because if you have a holotype specimen of Stegosaurus or Apatosaurus or something like that, you want to know where was the original specimen from, exactly which rock layer. His watercolors allowed paleontologists to do that, which is really neat. Really, really neat. Yeah. Yep. Yes, indeed. So there are like, here, I'll show you. Darren Tankey had a really cool talk about relocating old dinosaur quarries up in Canada. There we go.
If I go 10 miles below Steveville on the right bank, the other quarries that I'm going to talk about are mystery quarries. These are sites where we find an old quarry, but we have no idea of who was there, when, or what was collected. So this is a picture taken in 1914, and here's the same scene today. And if we put them side by side, you can see that there are some differences, but generally the scenery stays much the same. But you cannot see a quarry in the foreground there, in the right foreground. It's completely eroded away and been overtaken by sagebrush. So the quarry is obliterated for that matter.
So anyway, this is really, really important stuff because in paleontology, stratigraphy, the rock layers, the strata, that's everything. That's time there. The way that a paleontologist travels through time is walking over those layers of rock and kind of seeing how they tell a story, you know? An excellent example of this would be Triceratops. It's a really, really cool paper in PNAS, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, back in 2014, published by John Scannella, Denver Fowler, Mark Goodwin, and Jack Horner. Looking at all of these different Triceratops skeletons, Triceratops skulls that have been discovered, more than 50 of them, and placing them in their proper stratigraphic context. So in these different rock layers, trying to figure out exactly where they're from. And when you've got enough specimens and you know exactly where they come from in the rock record, you can put them all into their proper order. And lo and behold, you could watch them evolve. So for Triceratops, we see they start off with pretty small nasal horns down here, and they get progressively larger as you move up in time across maybe about 1 million years of the Hell Creek Formation. You couldn't do that if you didn't have a good record of where these specimens came from. And so for a lot of these specimens that were dug up like 100 years ago, most of these are from UCMP or especially Museum of the Rockies, excavated from the 1980s onward, in which, you know, paleontologists took very careful data. They were very precise about recording exactly where in the rock layers these things were from. When Cope and Marsh were out there digging, they weren't doing that. They're just hacking these things out of the ground as quickly as they can because they're in this bitter feud, this roiling competition with one another. They're not taking the time to actually do things right. So you often can't do this kind of careful work with their specimens unless you can go and relocate the quarries, like in the same way that like Darren Nation's done up in Canada. Yeah. Even doing things like finding scraps of newspaper and stuff that can tell you like what year things were excavated.
And the source of the newspaper often can be linked to the institution that was excavating there.
Yeah.
So the Toronto Star newspaper from 1917 would tell me Royal Ontario Museum 1917 was in that quarry. So that's fun. But the hair on the back of my neck stood up when we cleaned the paper off and saw the mailing label on one of the pieces of newspaper. George F. Sternberg was there in 1922. Pretty cool. The old newspaper is used for a variety of things.
Anywho, so like this is a really cool talk. I'll give you a link to it right here. But Darren Tankey, excuse me. Darren Tankey from up north in Canada. This is like scientific detective work. It's like a mixture of archaeology and paleontology. He's using some of the tools of an archaeologist looking for human artifacts in order to be able to relocate old dinosaur quarries. You know, because it's really frustrating when you don't know where in the rock record these classic skeletons were dug up. But you can start to figure it out looking at old photographs, going back to these sites, finding scraps of newspaper, finding bottle caps, finding rusty cans. Sometimes they have the dates printed on them, stuff like that. He can start to figure out, oh, this spot right here is where this specimen was dug up. So we go back to that spot and we can measure their stratigraphy. We can pinpoint exactly where that dinosaur specimen came from in time. It's from this sequence in the rock record, and suddenly it's so much more scientifically important because you have good data on it. You can put it into its proper context, and you can start to maybe watch these animals evolve when it's in its proper context like that. So yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. Future-proof visuals. Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Let me know if you got any questions, huh? We're getting started with Marsh Madness today, so we'll get back to that. But, yeah. You're an artist and retro gamer. Very cool. We were just talking about how art has really aided in scientific discovery here. Here. Yep. So you could relocate some of these old quarries based on his work. Yep, here we go. Of Marsh Madness fame. I know Marsh Madness is just a thing that we're starting today, but there's old Marsh. Yep. Yeah. So again, I have this reversed so that the VOD doesn't get flagged by YouTube. Anyway. Yep. So this animal actually had a tremendously long neck and, you know, moderately long tail. Cope got that wrong. Marsh pointed it out, and Marsh was not kind about it. Yep. I mean, it was a boneheaded mistake by Cope, too. Like, you shouldn't be making mistakes like that. But again, Marsh was not kind in how he pointed it out. And so the kind of apocryphal story about this is that Cope, in having this error pointed out, he tried to buy back all of the copies of the manuscript that had been published and distributed. He didn't want anybody to know about this. The apocryphal story is that Marsh also gathered a bunch of copies of this and then passed them out to his friends and said, hey, look at how much of a dummy Cope is. Like, he really tried to rub salt in the wound there. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. The Martian's like, I'm not doing that. Yeah. Anyway, there's the whole thing about his skull too, which we will get into later. But today we're getting into Marsh Madness here, which is a thing I've come up with that I think should be fun. But first, I think we had a question from Future Proof Visuals. Question that's in hot debate right now. Okay. Do you think T-Rex arms were put on backwards because of their similarity to ostrich skeletons? And they could be the dragons in lore and the Zodiac. I'd say chances of that are less than 0%. Arms backwards? So, I don't know. Arms of tetrapod animals consist of humerus, radius, ulna, carpals, metacarpals, phalanges. It's really difficult to get those backwards because they just kind of fit together in the way that they're supposed to. With Tyrannosaurus, we've got a number of really good skeletons, some of them almost entirely complete, that show how the bones are arranged. Some of them have even been preserved in articulation. So, like, they've been preserved as they were in life. So, like the Wonkel Rex, for instance. Here's the old display at Museum of the Rockies. They've arranged this in the same way that it was excavated, you know? So, yeah. I don't know. I know you're asking the question in good faith, future-proof visuals, and I appreciate you asking it. It's like a thing you've been earnestly wondering about. But, I don't know, there's so much misinformation about dinosaurs online, and it's honestly sometimes really aggravating for someone who studies dinosaurs. When you hear stuff, people say like, well, you know, are we really sure that dinosaurs were real? Couldn't they have been, you know, the bones of giant humans or something? Like, what do you think we do all day as dinosaur paleontologists? You know? How stupid do you think we are? Not you, future-proof visuals, but like other people who kind of put forth these conspiracy theories. You know? It's like walking up to a car mechanic and being like, well, you know, I'm not so sure that cars are real. I saw a TikTok that it's just like, most cars are just like, it's a horse with a refrigerator box over the top. And I think what you're doing isn't real. What? What? That's what it feels like, you know? Yeah. No, I don't know. It's... Yeah. That's one of the big reasons why I do these streams, you know, is... Like when I stream live from the field during the summers, a big part of this is like I want to show people what it's like to be out in the field digging up dinosaurs. I want to kind of remove that layer of separation that's there, the distance between people sitting at home and, you know, us doing fieldwork live. It's, you know, I'm so lucky to be able to
Utah in the early
go out there and do this kind of
Mountain
thing.
Formation, where we're digging for dinosaurs today. Glad you could be here. It's good to have you.
I want to be able to show people firsthand how this work actually works, what we do out there. Because I think there's real power in that, you know? Not just telling, but showing. Because there is a real distance, unfortunately, between regular folks, the public, and science in a lot of cases. And we as scientists, I think, should do everything that we can to help bridge that gap, to help bring people along and show them how things actually work. And that's what I'm trying to do here. So it's... Yeah. Everyone knows it's a lot of tiny horses in the refrigerator. That's why we call it horsepower. There you go, Gowrox. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I'm really glad you're here, Future Proof Visuals. Thanks for asking your question. Thanks for being here. And thank you to Galara Dragon for recommending the channel to you. I appreciate it. Galara Dragon's wonderful chatter. Wonderful part of this community, and I'm grateful. So yeah. I don't know. One thing that's been eye-opening, and this has been on my mind a bit over the past few days, is that our own Claire Burr has been doing a wonderful job of posting these videos to YouTube, editing them down into YouTube Shorts. And some of them are... Let's see. There was one of them where we had like 3 different people come in, and they're like, I heard that dinosaurs were fake because I saw a TikTok, and I think what you're doing is fake or something. And it's really aggravating sometimes, you know? Like, I'm doing my very best to show you unalloyed, unscripted, unedited what it's like to dig up dinosaurs live from the field. You know, it's like... I don't know. You can take a flat earther up into space and show them in person, show them with their own eyes the curvature of the earth, and they still might not believe you. Because the thing is, they don't believe in a flat earth for logical reasons. They arrived at that through some other means. You're not going to get them there through logic or through showing them in person necessarily. They've got a cherished belief, and it's only through emotional means that you're going to change that belief. It's kind of something that I'm coming to terms with, is this idea that, like, some people, if they don't want their mind to be changed, they're not going to change their mind. They might know in their heart of hearts that they are wrong, but they won't admit it. Because right and wrong, incorrect or correct, they're not thinking on those terms. Like, it doesn't mean anything to them. So, I don't know. It's been something I've been thinking about more and more. But anyway. And Salamander, I'm so glad your eggplant lasagna went well. I love eggplant parmesan. Never had eggplant lasagna before. That sounds really good. Well done. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. And Kettle Cook, thank you. Glad you asked that question. What is the emotional approach to change? It's what I'm trying to do here. The thing is, human beings, we're emotional animals. Our brains are emotion generators that also sometimes can work with logic too. I think people think of human brains as being like, oh, it's a logic machine, and it's got emotions kind of tacked onto that. No, that is not how the human brain works. We are emotional creatures. Some of us have learned to use some degree of logic to kind of get through our daily lives. That's a tool that we have, but that's not the framework. That's not the underlying structure, you know? We're emotional beings. Us as Homo sapiens, we evolved to have relationships with one another, to relate to one another via emotions. And that's ultimately, I think, the way to change people's minds. You need to build rapport with them. There's an old phrase, it's kind of corny, but I think it's true. And it's that nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. Emotional rapport is something that has to come before trust. In order to really trust somebody on the facts, you have to trust them emotionally first. You have to be able to relate to them as a human being. You have to be able to see them as somebody that's on your side. And streaming, doing right now here on Twitch, this is an emotional medium, you know? On a platform like this, when somebody is streaming full time and they're live 20 or 30 hours a week, or more, you're kind of, in a sense, getting to know who they are. You might not know them personally. This kind of gets into the whole parasocial relationship thing. But you're seeing them day in and day out and getting a sense for who they are as a person. You can't hide who you are on Twitch. After a certain length of time, it all comes out. And so it's a really good medium for kind of convincing people. Some people use that, you know, they convince other people to give them money, watch them play video games, stuff like that. You know, that's the lion's share of what's going on Twitch. Is you're kind of having an often very one-sided kind of friendship with somebody who's doing something that you might be interested in, and you get to know them pretty well. They get to know you a little bit through your interactions in the chat. What I'm trying to do is use this medium for communicating science, for showing people how this stuff works. Whether we're going over new scientific papers here in my office, whether we're interviewing other paleontologists, or whether we're out in the field digging up fossils live. I want to show you what it's really like in real time. There's a certain kind of like genuineness there. There's like an unpolished, unedited, real live recording of what's going on. And I like to think that, well, I know for a fact that there have been people who have come into this community, typed into the chat, and before they may have been really skeptical of the idea of science, really skeptical of the idea of dinosaurs, and then hanging out here for a while, if something catches their interest and they stick around, they start to get it. They start to see how things really are. Because again, you can't hide it. For a long enough span of time, you see what's real, you know? That's my approach for reaching people who are maybe hostile toward the idea of science. Does that make sense? I don't know. One of the things that I love most about Twitch is that this is not the sort of platform where you're just preaching to the choir. The number of people who are here in this chat who were super enthusiastic about paleontology before they found this channel, it's not that high. We've got some very keen, very knowledgeable people in the chat who really, really like paleontology. They're really into fossils. They're really into dinosaurs. They're really into natural history. But I would say those folks are in the minority. Small minority within this community. We've been able to kind of build a group, sounds corny, sappy, but build a community here. People who might be kind of new to this whole idea of the history of life on Earth. They're getting into it. They're jazzed about it. They're learning more and more every day, and that's true science outreach. It's not preaching to the converted. It's bringing in new folks. And that's pretty special, I think. And it's something that you don't necessarily get in places like YouTube, where people are searching for exactly what they want to watch, and they already know that they're intensely interested in fossils or something. This is different. And I think it's really special, and I'm so lucky to be here. And it's because people have come in here and gotten excited and generous that there's no reason we could do this. It's because of all those subscribers and gifters and cheerers and everybody. So, yeah. Does that make sense? Geeks Tour says, I think this type of stream is absolutely brilliant. The content alone is addictive and fun. Thank you. The medium is so current and now that I'm glad someone is attempting to educate on this platform. Hopefully people wander in more. Hopefully science arrives on these platforms. Geeks Tour, I'm really hoping too that we will continue to have more and more scientists join Twitch. And there are scientists on Twitch who don't do science on Twitch. They've been able to build communities around gaming. And people like Belent and Lita of Science Streams are doing a really good job of getting some of those people to start talking about their science. There are microbiologists and physicists and chemists, engineers, and people in all of these different disciplines who are doing other kinds of stuff here on Twitch and trying to kind of coax them into talking about their scientific work is, I think, a really important mission that Science Streams has been engaged upon recently, and they've been having some success recently. I'll show you, here we go.
Hold on, something's coming out of here.
Cosmo Quest.
There's a bird, dude, it knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
Thank you, Cosmo Quest, for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here. Thanks for joining us. How was your stream? Hope it was really good. Doing some just chatting. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're talking about, well, we're gonna get into Marsh Madness here in a few minutes. I keep saying that, we keep getting distracted, but we're having kind of a fun chat about the nature of science outreach and how Twitch is a wonderful platform for that. What kind of science were you talking about, Cosmo Quest, today? I'd love to hear about it. Anywho. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. So Science Streams is doing a Women in STEM month here on Twitch. Talking to all of these ladies in science and science adjacent fields. Many of whom, everybody with that Twitch logo next to their name is a Twitch person. They stream here on Twitch, but not everybody on here. what's really cool is that a lot of these people who already stream on Twitch and do science or have a background in science, they don't necessarily talk about science on the regular on Twitch. People like Ultrasaurus or Draw Curiosity. I actually didn't know that Draw Curiosity had a PhD in the biomechanics of insect flight. That's wild. So yeah, Just Capricorn has got a BS in biology and a master's in science, health, and environmental journalism. I didn't know that. Very cool. So anyway, here's a link to that right there. Jess Capricorn. Yeah. Anywho, there's a link right there, Claire. But yeah. But yeah. Good stuff. Anywho, Cosmo Quest, I hope you had a wonderful stream. It's great to have you here. There. We're gonna get into Marsh Madness in just a little bit, but we've got a few new people here. What is Marsh Madness? What? Marsh? With an S? Yes. This is after Othniel Charles Marsh. Yeah. There we go.
The world is full of great rivalries, like Marvel and DC, or Ali and Frasier. Science has its fair share too.
Muhammad Ali fought Frasier from Seattle? Kelsey Grammer? Huh, I wonder who won.
Just look at Tesla and Edison. And in the late 19th century, two paleontologists named Othniel Charles Marsh and Edward Drinker Cope entered a feud that would eventually be known as the Bone Wars. While trying to one-up each other, they found and named some of today's most famous dinosaurs. But they also made some pretty big mistakes. At this point in history, paleontology was still taking its first clumsy steps. In 1824, a British geologist named William Buckland published a paper about some bones that he thought were from a huge extinct lizard.
Very early history of dinosaurs here.
Cope
there we
was
go.
born in basically grew up alongside play a huge part in early paleontology. So Marsh and Cope basically grew up alongside the field. Marsh was born in 1831 in New York, went to Yale thanks to his wealthy uncle, and ended up studying paleontology in Germany. Meanwhile, Cope was born in
So studying paleontology in Germany, he was doing that, but he was also escaping the horrors of the United States Civil War. So people who had money at the time, they would leave the country so they wouldn't get drafted. So both Marsh and Cope did that. Marsh grew up in poverty, basically, but his wealthy uncle kind of plucked him out of that, gave him money to go to Yale, eventually built a museum for him at Yale, and then allowed him to flee the country, essentially, to go study overseas during the Civil War. Cope did the same thing.
1840 to a wealthy Quaker family. He didn't have as much formal scientific training as Marsh, but thanks to jobs in museums, he learned about natural history and published a lot of papers. After the American Civil War started, Cope's father sent him off to Europe, and he met Marsh in Berlin in 1863. They started out friendly. When they went back to America, they visited different dig sites. And because they were rich, they could hire excavation teams to ship fossils back to them. Sometimes with help from other experts, Marsh and Cope thoughtfully analyzed and published descriptions of new specimens without stepping on each other's toes. But soon their friendship would come crashing down. The feud really began when Cope was describing the marine reptile Elasmosaurus in 1868. Instead of taking his time to reconstruct the skeleton, he raced to get some information out in just a few weeks. That eventually led him to misunderstand how the bones of its spine lined up. He figured...
So he got it backwards. He put the animal backwards. He put the head on the end of the tail.
Like more modern lizards, Elasmosaurus would have a long tail instead of a long neck. So in a figure he published in 1869, he drew its head at the wrong end of the spine. He was publicly corrected in 18...
So yeah, there it is right there. It looks ridiculous, right? Thought it had a super long tail. Yeah, this is Elasmosaurus platyurus.
1970 by Joseph Leidy, who studied the bones and noticed some key details that Cope overlooked. By some accounts, Marsh insisted he caught the mistake, or at the very least rubbed it in. Cope tried to save his bacon by retracting all copies of his paper and republishing, which didn't exactly work, and things got more petty from there. The meat of the Bone Wars started around 1877, when they fought over fossils at the same dig sites, like Como Bluffs in Wyoming, which was a treasure trove of specimens. And they started playing dirty, spying, bribing people to switch employers, chucking rocks to start fights, or even straight up destroying fossils to keep them out of each other's hands. Between them, Cope and Marsh claimed to have described over 130 kinds of dinosaurs, among other ancient animals. But they rushed to publish and made a lot of mistakes, like giving new names to already discovered dinosaurs, or counting inconclusive fragments as a whole new animal. For instance, when Marsh was sent the headless skeleton of a long-necked...
We are still kind of trying to correct these errors and stuff to this very day. There are still rat's nests that we're trying to untangle in the present, you know?
Of fossils and worked with other scientists instead of just feuding. When Marsh described Triceratops, for example, he was only sent bits of the horns at first, so he thought it was some kind of bison. But when the
he called it Bison alticornis.
geologist who had found the skull fossils said that it wouldn't make sense for a lone bison to be mixed in with all these dinosaur fossils, Marsh reconsidered. With more input from his peers, Marsh thought these fossils might have come from another dinosaur with spikes, like Stegosaurus, and he eventually landed on the idea of a dinosaur with horns, which hadn't really been dreamt up before. Eventually, Cope and Marsh were left penniless by the Bone Wars, and their papers had so much sniping and so little science that journals refused to publish them. While they did a lot for paleontology, they were also reckless and gave the field a bad rep. Their constant sabotaging even made Joseph Leidy quit paleontology altogether in the mid-1870s. So it's an interesting story, and one we've hopefully learned from. Today, we have a better understanding that science depends on things like collaboration and sharing information, and less, you know, throwing rocks at each other. Thanks for watching this episode of SciShow.
Yeah, I'll give you a link to this right here. So between Cope and Marsh, like he said in the video, they claim to have discovered about 130 different species of dinosaur. Marsh definitely named way more dinosaurs than Cope, though. So, some dinosaurs that, here's a neat little graphic somebody put together of this. Marsh's discoveries versus Cope's discoveries. What's interesting is that neither of these guys spent that much time in the field. Cope actually spent more time out doing field work out in the Badlands of Western North America than Marsh did, excuse me. But Cope named far fewer dinosaurs. Agathamus, this ended up just being Triceratops, basically, despite its popularity. Amphicelius, dubious genus right here. There's the famous giant neck vertebra. Dryptosaurus is not actually Cope's name. Cope originally described this critter. He called it Laelaps. Marsh later pointed out that that name was preoccupied, so Marsh got to rename it, and it kind of became his dinosaur, which you'll see in the bracket. Edaphosaurus isn't a dinosaur. It's a Permian synapsid, basically like a proto-mammal. I don't know why they don't have Coelophysis on here, but Cope named Coelophysis and Camarasaurus and a few other dinosaurs that are well known today. But Marsh really takes the cake with the number of different dinosaurs that he named that are still around today. So, Triceratops, one of the most famous dinosaurs on the planet. Marsh named that critter. Coelurus, who is not on our bracket, but still kind of poorly known. Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus. Marsh named Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus. They're probably the same dinosaur. Stegosaurus, also named by Marsh. Nodosaurus, Diplodocus, Barosaurus, and a number of others. Marsh is way up there in terms of different dinosaurs named. Othniel Charles Marsh named more dinosaurs than almost anybody else who's ever lived. That's the inspiration for Marsh Madness here. And welcome, IC3Q4, to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. The idea behind Marsh Madness is we've got 16 different dinosaurs that I've chosen that were named by Othniel Charles Marsh.
You have to remember, dinosaurs and human beings lived on the Earth at the same time.
What, like the Flintstones?
Mikey likes, thank you for the 47 months. Appreciate you. It's James Gandolfini right there, who is going to play Marsh in an HBO movie before he died. But yeah. Anywho, we need a Cope lunacy to balance it out. Yeah, Murph, maybe next year. That's what I was thinking. If people enjoy this enough and if it goes well, maybe we'll expand the bracket next year and have some Cope tax it as well. And maybe we'll expand it beyond just dinosaurs. But for this year, it's just dinosaurs named by O.C. Marsh to go onto our bracket. So here is our bracket that I've put together. The 2025 Marsh Madness bracket. Why won't it configure properly? No, not now. Oh, this is so annoying. Open image in new tab. There we go. No, that's not working properly. I'll just open it from here. There we go. So introducing the 2025 Marsh Madness bracket. Which will be downloadable. The idea is you can download this, fill it out on your computer, or you can print it out and fill it out by hand if you'd like. During each of the streams in the month of March, we'll be talking about these different dinosaurs described by O.C. Marsh. And then we'll have a head-to-head matchup during the stream. This will be determined by a poll that we'll have, where you can vote on which dinosaur you'd like to see win the round and move on to the next one. So it is, in a sense, a popularity contest, and you can very much vote for the dinosaurs that you put going into, you can vote with the intention of making your final pick actually win. But, yeah. So that's the idea here. I'm going to make a quick command so that you can download this. So we will take our, let's say, create link. There we go. Copy. Let's see if that works. Right there. Click it and see if that opens it up. Does it go straight to the image, or does it go to like an image folder or something? Yeah. And I will post it on Blue Sky Clipper. We'll do that in just a minute here. Yeah. So Allosaurus wins, says IC3. We'll see. Allosaurus is actually it's one of our top seeds here. Allosaurus is number 4 right there.
This flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
Ariana Celestine, thank you for the 15 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. So good stuff. Where and when do we get to vote? It'll be during the streams, Deathsaurus. It'll be during the streams. We're not going to be voting today. Today we'll take the opportunity to write out, fill out our brackets. And then we'll start sometime this week. Maybe it'll be tomorrow. Or maybe it'll be Wednesday. I want to give more people a chance to hear about this and start filling out their brackets. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. So did that link work? It goes to the image for me? Good, thank you, Claire. Yeah. Do you follow the real tournaments? What do you mean, Geek Store? Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. So let's take that link and let me make a command real quick. And then we'll post it to Blue Sky too. Oh goodness. Come on, Nightbot. How do I log in? Products. Edit command. Here we go. Excellent. Okay. New command. So let's do Marsh Madness. Let's see. Which of Professor O.C. Marsh's dinosaurs will win this year's tournament? Fill out your bracket here. I'll say, get your bracket here. And fill it out, and we'll be holding head-to-head competitions. Or head-to-head, let's see. We'll learn about each of these critters. And we'll hold matchups on each stream where you can vote for the winners. Yeah. Here. What is Marsh Madness? It's a special event where we determine which of Professor O.C. Marsh's dinosaurs where we hold matchups between different dinosaurs named by Professor O.C. Marsh. There we go. Will Allosaurus beat Ceratosaurus? Who wins in a contest between Stegosaurus and Diplodocus? And who will be this year's overall champion? Get your bracket here and fill it out. We'll learn about each of these critters and hold matchups on each stream where you can vote for winners. Excellent. Create. Hopefully that's not too long. There we go. Yeah. Not too shabby. Triceratops is traditionally big on the 3-pointers, says Ball Machine. True. True. So let's take a look at our contestants here real quick. I had to do a little bit of reading. I'm not familiar with, like, actual basketball March Madness. I was not before this project, so I had to kind of figure that out. But the way that it typically goes is they've got these different numbers here, which are the rankings, the seeds, as they call them. So the lower the number, the more competitive, the more formidable a challenger they are. So Stegosaurus ranked number 1 right here. Stegosaurus, very popular dinosaur. Why do I have Dryosaurus higher than Diplodocus? That doesn't make any sense. Anyway, whatever. They don't always work. This took a little bit of figuring out. But anyway, you start off with the highest seed versus the lowest seed. This is the way it works in, like, a traditional bracket thing too, like for actual basketballular March Madness. So you've got your toughest competitor versus your weakest, presumably. And you can get major upsets here because of that. Nanosaurus, this little beaky plant-eating dinosaur. I don't expect it to really stand up to Stegosaurus here, but again, that's up to how you vote, chat. So yeah, right now our top-seeded dinosaurs are Stegosaurus and Triceratops. Both dinosaurs named by Othniel Charles Marsh. All of these guys were. We've got Ankylosaurus right there. Nodosaurus or Nithamimus, Dryptosaurus, aka Copes' Laelaps, Preconodon, Barosaurus, and Torosaurus. And then in what I call the Jurassic West Conference, dinosaurs that are all from the Morrison Formation. Ceratosaurus, Apatosaurus, Camptosaurus, Allosaurus, Dryosaurus, Diplodocus, Nanosaurus, and Stegosaurus. So you can print this bracket out like I've done right here. And if you've got the wherewithal to print it out right now, or download the file and just fill it out on your computer, on your tablet, on your phone, or whatever, and save it. And yeah, it's just kind of a fun thing. So the way that it works is, well, I'll show you how it works. I'll be doing this live. But yeah, it's your overall champion right there. But yeah, Marsh Madness 2025. This is going to be a lot of fun because we'll be talking about each of these dinosaurs. We'll be doing kind of a deep dive on all of them, and even looking at Marsh's original scientific publications on each of them too. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah. And Manospondylus, yeah, that was a Cope 1 Ducksaurus, yes indeed. Yeah. Scorch Hellfire says, my kid self wants to vote based on which one would win in a fight. You can do whatever, you know? That's the thing. Yeah. Here, I'll find you a video. This is funny. The boy who broke the March Madness bracket. So this is a thing for people who follow college sports. That's where March Madness comes from. And doing some learning about how all of this works, I came across this video, which I thought was really funny.
Sam Holtz was 12 years old when he won ESPN's 2015 March Madness Bracket Challenge.
Holy cow.
I had the best bracket out of 11.57 million people.
Pretty impressive. Like, this kid must know a tremendous amount about basketball, right? Like, in order to have the closest to correct actual bracket, he's got to really know what he's doing, right? I mean, holy cow. I mean, look at his room. Look at all of this basketball stuff.
What if we told you this bracketology prodigy doesn't even watch college basketball?
Before the tournament.
He's never seen a basketball before.
I really don't watch any college basketball.
This time last year, young Sammy was filling out his winning NCAA tournament bracket along with millions of other Americans. Sam, what was your strategy for success?
Well, I just filled out who I think is gonna win.
Was there a science to your picks?
No, it's just pick whoever you want to win. There's no science, just that simple.
So, that strategy, maybe it'll work really well for this, or maybe it won't. I don't know. This is the first time we've ever done this. You're all pioneers here, chat. This has never been tried before. Yeah.
Maybe Sammy's mom has an idea.
I think he was lucky.
All right, let's take a closer look at some of Sammy's predictions. Why pick 11 seed UCLA to make the Sweet 16?
Because I visited their campus and I really liked their college.
Or 7 seed Michigan State to make the Final Four?
Tom Izzo, the coach, is Italian and I'm kind of Italian too, so.
Or Wisconsin to upset then undefeated Kentucky?
It kind of gets boring to watch the same team win and win every year, and I wanted to see you do that.
You must really love basketball.
I'm more of a baseball, football guy. Baseball is my main sport.
How is this possible? I mean, what are the chances of filling out a perfect bracket? We consulted bracket expert Mike Magazine.
How is he a bracket expert, not a magazine expert? That's not nominative determinism. This isn't right.
A perfect bracket. We consulted bracket expert Mike Magazine.
Somewhere in some number of quintillions.
Thanks, Professor Magazine. Any advice for the millions of Americans you'll probably beat out again this year?
Just pick who you think is going to win and go with your gut.
Remind us why we should listen to you?
Because I won it last year.
There you have it. Pick the schools you visited, don't listen to the experts, and don't watch any college basketball. And you too can reach the promised land, just like Sammy Holtz.
There you go. Yeah, good stuff. There's that video from Great Big Story. There's a great big link in the chat for you. Yeah. So that's the idea behind this. You fill out your bracket, fill it out however you want. Don't listen to the experts. If you want to fill this out, thinking about who would win in each of these fights, Stegosaurus versus Nanosaurus, who do you think would win? Diplodocus versus Dryosaurus? Fill it out that way. Fill it out based on how cool you think each of these dinosaurs is, who you think had the better fossil material, who had a more complete skeleton, who was named first, or who's more popular in popular culture, or whatever. But, yeah, fill it out however you would like. Why don't I fill mine out right now? Yeah. You let marbles decide. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. Yeah. Here. Let's, shoot it. Let's fill it out. I'm gonna do mine. Oh, before I do that, let me post this to Blue Sky, actually. Yeah. There we go. Let's pull up that image. Here, let me just do the bracket. Okay. Introducing Marsh Madness. And here, let me do a hashtag, actually. Marsh Madness. Let's see. This is a tournament featuring 16 16 dinosaurs named by the U.S.'s first professor of paleontology, Othniel Charles Marsh. For the whole month? We'll be learning about these dinosaurs, and then here, maybe I'll get rid of this. Maybe we'll just put the logo there to start with, actually. Yeah. We'll be learning about these dinosaurs, and then holding head-to-head matchups. Live on Twitch. Get your bracket below. Bracket to fill out below. There we go. And here's this right here. There's the bracket. Yeah. We'll be deciding each day's winner based on a poll in Twitch chat. So go ahead and choose your winners based on whatever arcane or random criteria you'd like. Here. Each of Marsh's dinosaurs are seeded according to some vague estimate of popularity. But we'll be deciding each day's winner based on a poll in Twitch chat, so go ahead and choose your winners based on whatever arcane or random criteria you'd like. I'll keep Blue Sky apprised of the results. Yeah. Cool. Good stuff. Yeah. And link your Twitch there, maybe? Great idea, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. Here, we'll do another one. To follow along and vote in Extremes contest, join us at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. Generally, around generally starting at 1 p.m. Pacific, Monday through Thursday. Yeah. That should be fun. Money's on Dryosaurus. Winning the whole thing. And let's do a saluting emoji. Or no, maybe, there we go. Yeah. There we go. Monday through Thursday. There we go. That's, yeah. There we go. And let's add some alt text. Marsh Madness logo that I definitely didn't mostly steal from the college basketball thing. There we go. And here. Printable Marsh Madness bracket featuring 16 different dinosaurs, published by O.C. Marsh, divided into Jurassic West Conference, all Morrison formation taxa. And Cretaceous and Misk Conference. Let's see. Cretaceous dinosaurs from the U.S. From all over the U.S., plus some Jurassic ones like Barosaurus and Ankylosaurus. Can somebody look up, is Ankylosaurus... I want to say it's early Jurassic, but there's a chance it's latest Triassic. Somebody look that up. So Jurassic... Because they didn't fit in elsewhere. Yeah. In the background, there's a low opacity. Early Jurassic. Thank you, Clever. Yeah. Yeah. Historical portrait of Professor Othniel Charles Marsh with added glowing laser eyes. There we go. Save. Excellent. Okay. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. How much do you bet, Patrick Crusader? Oh, I bet the farm. I bet the farm on Dryosaurus winning it all. It's an ant farm. It's very small. Yeah. I'll bet the farm to the ants, so if I lose, then they are in full possession of the farm, and they can run it as a co-op. Or as a cooperative royal fiefdom under their queen. But yeah. Anywho, looks good. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Yeah. Uploading link thumbnail, and there we go. Beautiful. I'll give you a link to that if anybody would like to help boost this. Yeah. Copy link to post. There we go. Let's choose this. It would be really cool to actually see some paleontologists get involved with this. Yeah. Because there are a number of paleontologists that I interact with here on Blue Sky on a regular basis. And, yeah, that'd be cool. Anywho, let's fill out the bracket, shall we? What I'm gonna do is, let's open it up in good old Photoshop. And I can fill it out by hand, digitally. And Nachu, thank you for those 10 gift subs. Look, we are already 15 subs on our way to our sub goal for the week. And look at this lovely Tinamu, so excited about those 10 gift subs. Thank you for your generosity. And Nachu, oh shoot! Holy cow! Appreciate you, Anacho. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Let me fill out my bracket here and do it live. We'll do it live. That one blowed up real good. It did, Geek Store. Yeah, they tend to do that. And Murph, thank you for gifting Anachu. I appreciate you, Murph. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Alright, let me take out my tablet here. We'll fill this digitally by hand. Here we go. And let's go view clear guide. Just get rid of that. Alright. And make a new layer here. Put that at the top. And there's my name. Oh, it's a little messy. We can do better. Okay. So thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits. We got Hype Train going here. Beautiful. Yeah. Good stuff. You gonna bet whether you think it'll be a decisive victory or narrowly won too, Salamander? I don't know if there's a difference in the way that this works. But, yeah. Here. Between Stegosaurus and Nanosaurus, a lot of this is going to come down to whether or not chat wants to be really capricious. If a certain dinosaur, because we're going to be talking about each of these dinosaurs, talking about the history of their discovery, looking at the original publications, looking at popular depictions of them, artwork that people have done, all kinds of stuff. So there could be an upset here. Stegosaurus is clearly the favorite here. You could have a Cinderella story where Nanosaurus, obscure little Nanosaurus, ends up beating the presumptive champion. Who knows? But right here, I think the safe money is on on Stegosaurus. And then our next matchup, Diplodocus versus Dryosaurus. Never underestimate chat's desire to upset a poll. There you go, Casey Howard. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. And here, I feel like that's... No, it's fine. Just say that lines are too thick, but it's okay. Horde of Hedgehogs, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Chet, are you filling out your brackets right now too? Feel free to do so now or do it after stream today, but if you want to participate in this, do this ASAP so that, yeah. Yeah. It's supposed to be working, but yes, says Casey. There you go. That's the spirit. Yeah. Yeah, and you can definitely post, if you do it digitally, you can post it to Blue Sky, or do it, print it, fill it up by hand, take a picture, and post it to Blue Sky as a reply. Diplodocus or Dryosaurus? I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with Dryosaurus. I love Dryosaurus. Sorry, Dippy. Oh, you know what I should do? Is I should fill this out in a different ink color. Here, let's go back to this. And let's pick... There we go. Stegosaurus. Diplodocus or Dryosaurus? I'm gonna say Dryosaurus. You know what? Again, sorry, Dippy. Dryosaurus. Allosaurus or Camptosaurus? That's not a particularly tough game right there. I would definitely expect Allosaurus to win. I'm gonna give it to Allosaurus. The lion of the Jurassic. Allosaurus. And Apatosaurus versus Ceratosaurus. I'm gonna say Ceratosaurus for this. Ceratosaurus. And Ariana Celestine, thank you for the 100 bits there. I appreciate it. Thanks for continuing the hype train. Looks like it might end right now. But thank you for your contribution, Ariana. I appreciate that. And Iguanodontians fans would like a word, Danny? You know who else is an Iguanodontian, Claire Burr? At least since, like, the early 2000s? Is Dryosaurus. I think the Iguanodontian fans might find a lot to appreciate in my bracket. Even if Camptosaurus doesn't win out at the beginning. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. So here we go. Between Stegosaurus and Dryosaurus. You know what? I'm gonna go Dryosaurus. Dryosaurus. Yeah. And as for Allosaurus versus Ceratosaurus, I think I gotta give it to Allosaurus. Ceratosaurus is very charismatic, but Allosaurus. There we go. Yeah. And then between Dryosaurus and Allosaurus, again, my pick to win it all. Dryosaurus. But let's look now at the Cretaceous and Miscellaneous Conference over here. Between Triceratops and Ankylosaurus. I gotta go with Triceratops. I've dug up a lot of Triceratops in my life. It's a dinosaur I'm particularly fond of. Triceratops. Now between Nodosaurus and Ornithomimus. Ornithomimus has got the better seed there. It's got the higher ranking. By which I mean lower number. It's ranked higher. I'm going to go Ornithomimus for this. But who knows? The Ankylosaur could win out. But I'm going to go Ornithomimus. People love those ostrich dinosaurs. Ornithomimus. There we go. Yeah. And then between Dryptosaurus and Preconodon. Dryptosaurus is certainly a charismatic dinosaur. It's this weird, mysterious Tyrannosauroid-type dinosaur from the East Coast. But Preconodon, I feel like if there's going to be one dinosaur here, aside from Dryosaurus, of course, who, like, it's got real kind of Cinderella potential, might be Preconodon. This is an ankylosaur that's, as far as I know, only known from teeth so far. But man, are those teeth noteworthy. They're enormous. If they're any indication of this animal's size, it would be by far the largest ankylosaur that ever lived. Thing is gargantuan. It could be like 40 feet long. It could be like a Tyrannosaurus-sized ankylosaur, potentially. I think I'm going to give it to... Preconodon. That's an upset right there that I'm predicting. We'll see. We'll see. And then Barosaurus versus Torosaurus? I'm going to say Barosaurus. Because Barosaurus has got this wonderful towering skeleton at the American Museum of Natural History in New York. It's the first thing you see when you walk into the museum. It's iconic. It's breathtaking. When I went there was a party balloon that was stuck under one of the cervical ribs, up in the neck, a big red balloon. And, like, people kept walking by and going, is that its heart? It was funny. But, anyway, Barosaurus. Barosaurus, there we go. So, for the next round, Triceratops versus Ornithomimus. I'm going with the trike. Triceratops. Now, as for Preconodon versus Barosaurus, I'm going to say Preconodon. Just because it's mysterious and weird and it's from the East Coast, and we've got a lot of East Coast viewers. It's a dinosaur that hails from Maryland. I think we've got some Maryland chatters watching right now. Can you throw up some Maryland flags? We've got any folks from Maryland here? We'll see. But Triceratops versus Preconodon? I'm going to say I got to give it to Triceratops. And so for our final matchup, Triceratops versus Dryosaurus, of course, our overall champion, I'm going to say Dryosaurus. There we go. Yeah. Here, that's not quite neat enough for our champion. Let's redo that. Okay, what's going on? Oh. Oh, when I hit the soundboard, it lowered my opacity. Here we go. There we go. Dryosaurus. Very nice. Okay. And I gotta sign my name up top, too. Danny. At Paleontologizing. There we go. And that's a little large and obnoxious, so this being Photoshop, I can just take it like that and resize it. Oh, whoops. No, I can't. Never mind. Because it's on the wrong layer. Gosh darn it. I'm trying to avoid this. Let's just redo it. That D right. I don't like that either. Being so persnickety, chat. Problem with having strong aesthetic sense. Danny. Paleontologizing. There we go. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, all right. Let's go ahead and get that saved. There we go. My bracket. And hang on, did I do this right where... I did not, shoot, okay. What I gotta do, let's bring that down to 150 DPI, so it's not a gargantuan file and doesn't end up crashing Windows while we're trying to do this. It was at 600 DPI before. There we go. My bracket. There we go. So I say Dryosaurus is going to win the whole thing. We'll see. And there, see? See how the video's getting all choppy? The file's still too big. Anyway. Yeah. And Dave Nevius says, you just said a duckbill can beat a Triceratops in a death battle? Dryosaurus is not a duckbill. Dave Nevius, it's significantly smaller. Dryosaurus. Yeah. Dryosaurus. Everybody loves Dryosaurus. The best dinosaur. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, looks like that's done. Excellent. 19 notifications. Holy cow, everybody. Thank you for helping promote this. We've already got some brackets on there. Very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah. Ms. Art Rules, we got yours right there. Wow, this is impressive. You printed that in color And, oh, you still got to mark out who you want your champion to be. Maybe add that as a comment, Mizart Rules. But yeah, you've got Diplodocus beating Stegosaurus here. And Preconodon versus Diplodocus for the final round. Who do you think is going to win, though? Who's going to be the champion there? You should, yeah. You should fill that out. From Tabitaroth, herbivorous finale with our horned friends narrowly beating the spiky boys. So Stegosaurus, Triceratops versus Stegosaurus. Triceratops as your final champion. Very nice. I like that. Triceratops and Stegosaurus, both very high ranking. I think you stand a good shot at being correct there. Yeah. Excellent. Let me upload my bracket. Here's my bracket. Just to get things locked in now. Yeah. And let's do some alt text. My bracket filled out with Dryosaurus, Allosaurus, Triceratops, and Preconodon, and a final four. Trike versus... Oh, and then Dryosaurus winning the championship. There we go. Yeah, nice. Very nice. All right. We'll see how this goes, you know? Yeah. Dave Nevius says, I think Herrerasaurus is the best dinosaur. That's an interesting thought there, Dave Nevius. We're not actually 100% sure that Herrerasaurus is a dinosaur. Herrerasaurus is so early on that we're not sure if it's just a very dinosaur-like dinosaur relative or if it's actually a true dinosaur. That's a matter of some debate at the moment. So, here, Wikipedia. Herrerasaurus is likely a genus of Saurischian dinosaur from the late Triassic. Yeah. It was hypothesized to be a basal theropod, a basal sauropodomorph, a basal Saurischian, or not a dinosaur at all, but another type of archosaur. Yeah. We're still kind of figuring out Herrerasaurus, but it's probably a dinosaur, but it's so early on, and the line between dinosaur ancestors and true dinosaurs is so blurry at present that it's hard to say with utmost certainty that it is a true dinosaur. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Casey Snowart says, I don't think it is intended as who would win in a fight as much as who we think chat will vote for. Yeah, because this is being determined by popular vote. It is a popularity contest, to be clear. But it's a popularity contest within the confines of the chat over here. Which dinosaurs are most popular according to you, chatters? And lurkers, too, who can participate in the poll. So, yeah. Yeah. And On Not the Beast says, I'm just thinking about this now because of the word marsh, but what is the exact qualifying distinction between crocodiles and dinosaurs? Oh, great question, On Not the Beast. So, here's a handy chart for this kind of thing. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? You'll see here that crocodilians, are not dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are everything from this point onward. Everything that's not part of that is not a dinosaur. Crocodiles are like cousins to the dinosaurs, and this is based on ancestry. So what you're seeing here is a very simplified evolutionary family tree. In order to be a dinosaur, a creature has to have evolved from the first dinosaur. So if you didn't evolve from that first dinosaur, if you can't trace your ancestry back to that first dinosaur, you're not a dinosaur by definition. That's why birds, like this magpie here, are dinosaurs, because you can trace their ancestry back to the first dinosaur. However, pterosaurs, your pterodactyls, as the public often calls them, they're not dinosaurs, because they didn't come from that ancestor. They came from an earlier ancestor. They already split off before the first dinosaurs evolved, as far as we know. Crocs split off even earlier than that, so they're not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Crocodiles are like cousins to the dinosaurs, but they're not dinosaurs themselves. If Herrerasaurus turns out not to be a dinosaur, it would mean that it split off just before, so it would come off like right here, basically. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. This is called phylogeny. So, yeah, here. I wonder if the Understanding Evolution website has... Yeah, here we go. Beautiful. This is a phenomenal resource for, well, understanding evolution. So understanding phylogenies. Understanding a phylogeny is a lot like reading a family tree. The roots of the tree represent an ancestral lineage, and the tips of the branches represent the descendants of that ancestor. So,
and it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Thank you, Dangerous Buttons, for helping me avoid that kind of extinction the past 11 months. I appreciate your support. Thank you. Good to have you here. Yeah. Patrick Crusader says, with reference to our bracket, it's difficult to decide between who I want to win and who I think will win. Split the difference, you know? Maybe do one side one way and the other side another way, and then come up with your champion. That's it. But yeah. At the end of the day, the stakes are not high for this, you know? It's just a fun thing, unless you're betting real money on it, or betting farms. But yeah. And Casey says actually a pretty good spread of guesses for the bracket so far. Let's see some of the other ones that people have posted. Maybe we'll end up posting them all to a Discord too. People who are active in the Discord, feel free to set up a Discord channel for this if you'd like to. But, yeah. Oh, and Casey, you've got beautiful handwriting, Casey. It's very legible, and I love your stegosaur drawing. This is Casey's bracket right here. Yeah. Stegosaurus beating Diplodocus, Ceratosaurus beating Allosaurus. That's a bit of an upset there. So Ceratosaurus versus Stegosaurus. Stegosaurus wins. And then in our Cretaceous and Miscellaneous, we've got Triceratops versus Nodosaurus. Oh, Triceratops beating Ankylosaurus. Nodosaurus beating Ornithomimus. Then Triceratops winning. Dryptosaurus beating Barosaurus. So Dryptosaurus versus Triceratops. Triceratops wins. Then Stegosaurus beating Triceratops to take the championship there. I like that, Casey. I like that. And I especially like your stegosaur drawing. You even put the tail spikes on. Brilliant. Yeah. Had to doodle something? It's a quirk. It's a charming quirk. Seems very in character, in case you know. Nice. Very nice. Let's see if we have any other brackets filled out yet. Looking through my notifications. Oh, first predictions are in from Charlie's Dragon. Well, well, well. Even neater handwriting. You typed these out. Interesting. Very interesting. Sauropod supremacy here from Charlie's Dragon. Apatosaurus winning the championship. Triceratops does seem to be a strong favorite for winning the Cretaceous and Miscellaneous conference there. Triceratops versus Apatosaurus. Apatosaurus winning, according to Charlie's Dragon. Well, well, well. Yeah, it's funny. Nobody else has been favoring Dryosaurus at all. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. This would be a big upset, too, because Apatosaurus, for whatever reason, I haven't ranked really low, just above Camptosaurus. Probably not doing Apatosaurus justice here. You might be pretty close to how it actually goes. Charlie's Dragon, especially when one considers that Apatosaurus may or may not be synonymous with Brontosaurus. Everybody loves Brontosaurus. I usually don't use the name Brontosaurus. I suspect they're probably the same critter, at least in the same genus. Who knows? Emmanuel Shop would disagree. Resurrected Brontosaurus. But anyway, if you love Brontosaurus, know that Apatosaurus here is the same thing. Or at least very, very, very close to the same thing. They'd be sister taxa if they're not the same critter. Oh yeah. Yeah. Likely just pick my personal favorites. I might even do two. One for those with a soft spot in my heart, and a serious one that I figured chat will pick, which I actually post, not certain. You could do both, Golganek. You could do both. I might even do a second one tomorrow. And we'll see. Because I know the Dryosaurus thing was kind of joking with that. I actually think that Triceratops will probably win. But I don't know. Here, an insight into my thinking. The way that these are seated, like the numbers next to them, I think are more or less what I think chat will score these as, you know? But I didn't do it as carefully as I could have. I actually think Triceratops is probably the overall favorite to win. But we'll see. It's going to be a learning experience. It's the first time we've ever done this. I'm hoping this will be the beginning of an annual tradition. Hence Marsh Madness 2025. But we'll see. We'll see. And Isolated says, I'm rooting for Allosaurus. There are a lot of Allosaur fans. Very vocal Allosaur fans. But will those people show up to vote each day? Will they show up for the Allosaurus matchup with Camptosaurus? And then maybe with the winner of that other Jurassic West Conference one? We'll see. We'll see. So yeah. Yeah. Let's see if we got any others in our notifications here. We've got one from Patrick Crusader. There we go. Well, well, well. Stegosaurus beating Dryosaurus. Allosaurus winning. So Triceratops versus Allosaurus with Triceratops, the eventual champion. I could see this happening. This is very likely, I think. Patrick Crusader. I think there's a strong likelihood that happens, especially if the Allosaurus people come out and vote. A lot of this is going to be voter turnout, folks. You know? But Torosaurus beating Tryptosaurus. Wow, okay. I'm glad that Triceratops beat Torosaurus. I think these are actually the same dinosaur. But, that's a discussion for another time. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. But yeah, could I also do a Copa America like the soccer tournaments at Scorch Developer? Yeah, again, if this is a success, next year we'll have a bracket maybe twice as big. We'll include a few non-dinosaurs discovered by, or named by Marsh, and also a bunch of taxa named by Cope, too. So there could be the chance for a big upset where a dinosaur named by Cope, or another critter named by Cope, like Elasmosaurus Platyurus, could win the whole thing. Which would make Marsh even madder, right? Marsh Madness and Cope Craze, we could call it. Yeah, we'll see. And Kenny says, this is cool. I'm glad you think so. It was going to be a little goofy, tongue-in-cheek, but I think it'll be a fun opportunity to talk about each of these animals. Talk about the scientific ideas behind it. Look at the actual, papers published by Marsh on these critters. It's going to be a fun framework for discussion around these dinosaurs. So yeah. Let's see if we got any more in our notifications. Let's see. Casey Snowart, Charlie's Dragon, Tabitha Roth, Mizart Rules. I think that's it so far on Blue Sky. But if we get a Discord channel set up, then maybe we'll have another chance to submit those if you're not on Blue Sky. You can also put them on Twitter if you're on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook or whatever, as long as you can give me a link so I can look at them. And if you just want to follow along at home, do the lurking equivalent to Marsh Madness, totally fun. I encourage that. Just want everybody to have fun with this. Follow along and learn, and it's gonna be a good time. And yeah. But good stuff. Good stuff. I like this, Claire. I'm sorry the GIF didn't work. Yeah. Here. There's a bunch of dinosaur basketball GIFs, but I don't know if they have the Gatorade one. It's funny, I didn't even think about that when I started putting together a video sting for this, kind of like we have for Thursday Birds Day to help explain the concept. I didn't have time to finish it this weekend. Hopefully I'll get it done sometime soon, but no promises. But this was a particular ad that was I found very affecting as a kid. Gatorade Fierce Velociraptor commercial. This might be a blast from the past for some of you. Here we go. Not a sponsored stream. Yeah.
Gatorade Fierce, a new berry, a new grape. So bold, it's fierce.
So I think Industrial Light and Magic,
I think we're gonna need some more fierce.
Oh, just as a PSA, unless you're doing extraordinarily strenuous exercise or otherwise very dehydrated, you get sick. Unless you've got the flu really bad and you're dehydrated, don't drink sports drinks undiluted. It's not good for you. That's why even on an actual basketball court or a football field or whatever, professional athletes, they're usually drinking water or a very watered down version of a sports drink. It's generally just not super good for you. Way too much sugar in it. Generally too much sodium. It's not good. Yeah. And Salamander says, we Americans consume far more than enough salt to serve as electrolytes. Very true. Yeah. It's good we get kidney stones. There you go, Scorch. Yeah, I bet. Yeah. Anywho, I'm pretty sure that ad... The raptors in this look very, very, very similar to the ones in the Jurassic Park series, especially like the Lost World Jurassic Park. Yeah. I think this was probably worked on by the same special effects studio, Industrial Light and Magic. Yeah. In fact, I want to look that up. Did ILM work on Gatorade commercial with dromaeosaurs? July 2000. Hoop Dreams! This 3D digital beast's got game. The prehistoric predator from Jurassic Park is back, and he's bigger and badder than ever, with badder in quotation marks. Instead of hunting human prey in a theme park, this new breed of velociraptor searches for its victims on a basketball court. Although ferocious gunning, the beast meets its match when it takes on NBA's Vince Carter, star guard / forward of the Toronto Raptors basketball team, and a televised commercial shootout for Gatorade, proving it's not just Carter who's got game. Yeah. Assigned to this task was modeler animator Ismail Izzy Akar, who had previously encountered raptors and other dinosaurs while working as an effects animator on ILM, Industrial Light and Magic's 1997 feature film The Lost World Jurassic Park. In fact, Akar evolved one of the raptor models from that movie. Thought they looked like they did in The Lost World. Into a smarter, faster, fiercer, and more realistic beast for its commercial appearance. Yeah, so... yeah, good stuff. This is from Computer Graphics World, which I guess is still around? But this is a publication about, like, CGI and stuff from the 90s and early 2000s. Yeah, this is from July of 2000. Almost 25 years ago. Wow. Anywho, yeah. But yeah, yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says the dinosaurs in the commercial had really wonky looking wrists when you know they shouldn't even be pronated. Yes, Charlie's Dragon. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Here's the thing. Is that they should not be able to dribble a basketball like this, because the wrists of dinosaurs like Velociraptor weren't like this. They're not walking around looking like a... you know, looking like Mr. Burns. Trying to find an image of him. They're all, like, posed weirdly. Yeah, there we go. Like this. You know? They didn't do that. That's completely the... Here we go. Like this. Yeah, they didn't do that. So you see it in, like, here's, I think, Crash McCreary's concept art for the Velociraptors in Jurassic Park. their wrists couldn't do that. They'd break their wrists if they were to do this. The wrists aren't built that way. They're built just like birds, where there's what we call a semilunate carpal bone. So there's a bone in the wrist, among the carpals, that's shaped kind of like a crescent moon. And that allows the wrist to flex more in this direction. I couldn't do this without breaking my wrist, but their wrist flexes backward, a lot like that of a bird. So there we go. There's some skeletal diagrams there. Bird wrist bones. So anyway, the wrist folds in birds in a really interesting way that allows the wing to kind of almost go flush with the rest of the torso, which is how birds are able to fold their wings. A lot of dinosaurs, especially like dromaeosaurids, who were very close to birds, dinosaurs like Velociraptor, had that same thing. They inherited that from their common ancestor with birds. In fact, birds inherited that from an earlier dinosaur ancestor. So dinosaurs like Velociraptor would have been able to fold their wings against their body in much the same way. Here's Deinonychus doing that, sort of. Because of that semilunar carpal bone. So they didn't have Mr. Burns' wrists. They had bird wrists instead that would allow them to kind of fold their arms up against their body as they're running. It's cool stuff. Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And creative license by the designer for sure, says Geek Store. That's the thing, is we didn't really understand the anatomy of dinosaurs like Velociraptor until after Jurassic Park came out. So this is something that we really kind of discovered in like the early 2000s, I would say. These animals had that semilunate carpal bone. It might even be in one of these books. Oh, sorry, Minnie thought that I was getting some treats for her. You just wait a few minutes, Minnie Pie. But this was a very influential book to me as a kid because this came out around the time that some of these discoveries were first being made public in the early 2000s. So this book was published in the year 2000. Shoot, earlier than I thought. But this is at a time when we started to realize that a lot of dinosaurs did have feathers, and that birds almost certainly evolved from dinosaurs. Around this time, that's becoming a done deal. But you start to see these depictions of feathered dinosaurs that are today look very out of date, because they're just kind of slapping feathers randomly on dinosaurs. Without realizing that, like, shoot, a lot of these dinosaurs were fully feathered. They would have looked like big weird birds. Yeah. There might be an illustration of the semilunate carpal in here somewhere, which is why I pulled this out. But this is an interesting time capsule from a moment where we're starting to realize that shoot, birds are dinosaurs, and a lot of dinosaurs had feathers, and this is like when this was still kind of a new thing. So, right here, half moon-shaped bone in the wrist right there. Yeah, a half moon-shaped bone in the wrist of dromaeosaurs such as Velociraptor made it possible for them to swivel their wrist to the side. This flexibility also allowed them to fold their arms against their bodies like a bird. These motions, which may have been useful for catching prey, were later incorporated into a bird's flight stroke. No fossil evidence of feathers for Velociraptor exists, but Sinornithosaurus, a close relative, is covered in down-like material. It's funny that they say that here because it was just a few years later that direct evidence of feathers in Velociraptor was published. Quill knobs on the ulna, so like attachment points for feathers on the outer lower arm bone right here, the ulna. That was published in what, 2004? Was it 2007? Yeah. So anyway, book's an interesting little time capsule. Reptilian Space Pope, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. And Mayor of Space says, so they even mention this bone in the movie, but the design doesn't reflect it? That's true, yeah. That's interesting. Like, in some ways, Jurassic Park really was ahead of its time. The whole 6-foot turkey thing? You remember that? I've got a cold open video that I put together. Let me play it for you real quick. It'll give me a chance to go to the bathroom, too. But listen for that half-moon-shaped bone in the wrist thing. I think that's... I've got 2 different versions of it. I think it's this one. Here, hang tight for just a second. It's going to show like a countdown timer. I'm going to skip through that real quick. So when it says 10 minutes, don't be alarmed. It's not going to be 10 minutes.
Distorted, but I don't think it's a computer. Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5-6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary... What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
Got it in for me. Look at the half-moon-shaped bones in the wrists. No wonder these guys learn how to fly. No, seriously. All right. Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
6-foot turkey. Turkey, 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey and see whether it clear it.
Anyway, yeah. But yeah, that's a line from the movie. In 1993. Look at the half-moon-shaped bones in the wrist. It's no wonder these guys learned how to fly. It's funny because Deinonychus is actually from long after the... Well, not that long, but after the origin of birds. So it's not like birds directly evolved from Deinonychus, who's from the early Cretaceous. Birds first evolved in the late Jurassic, or maybe even the middle Jurassic. We're still kind of figuring that out. But yeah. Anywho, that was one of the cold open videos that I made. I've got, how many of these now? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 different cold open videos at this point. And there's variations on several of these too. Different parts that are different. Keep things fresh. But, yeah. Yeah. I enjoy video editing. It just takes a long time. Yeah. Anyway, Mini Pie here. You're getting aggressive. You really want some treats, huh? Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Alright, let's make it happen, Mini. Yeah. Here, fire up our cat cam here. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Ooh. Nice. Look at those. Good stuff. Yep. Mind of Discord. Oh, thanks, Mirth. Okay. Would somebody mind posting a link to that in the chat? So I don't have to go rummaging around in Discord. I spend almost no time on my own Discord. Yeah. Oh, there we go, Minnie. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, thank you, Casey. That was quick. We'll look at that in just a second. When Mini Pie is done eating up those treats. There you go. Crunch them up. You gotta use your teeth on the dental treats so they work. Well done. There we go. Yeah. What do you think? You satisfied? Is that enough? Yeah. All right. Good stuff. Fossil Preparator, how are you doing, Steve? Hey, welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Everybody, that is Steve Clausen, who was the professional fossil preparator at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. He's also started streaming here on Twitch, and you should give him a follow right now if you want to see a real master of fossil preparation work his craft live. It's good to see you, Steve. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Glad to hop in. Happen to see the kitty. Yeah. I've got 3 different feline landlords who live here, and they show up whenever they please and demand payment, so I give that to them in the form of cat treats. Yeah. Here, let's take a look at this bracket from, oh, Steve. We've started a new thing that I'm calling Marsh Madness. And thank you, Lenina.
92 gift subs in the channel.
Really appreciate that. Thank you, Lenina. You won't have to watch any ads for the next month now, Fossil Preparator. Not on this channel. And you get all those emotes, too, for the next month. These ones, and these ones, and these ones, and these ones. Anyway, Marsh Madness. Maybe you already saw on Blue Sky, but we're, yeah. Here is the bracket that everyone can download and fill out if they would like. And let's take a look at this one from Murph. All right. Murph, you added images. All right. Well, well, well. For Murph, looks like you went Land Before Time route? Okay. So I presume this is Stegosaurus here. So Stegosaurus versus Diplodocus. Stegosaurus wins out. Allosaurus wins out over Ceratosaurus. And you've got Triceratops here as your final winner. That's a good bet. It's a good bet. It's very highly ranked. It's a top seed here. You have Dryptosaurus beating... Is this meant to represent Torosaurus here, Murph? I happen to be convinced that Torosaurus and Triceratops are almost certainly the same dinosaur. Is that why you... Are you referencing that there? I like that. I like that a lot. But, good stuff. Good stuff, Murph. Yeah. Next month is Cope Insanity. Cope Craze. I'll call it. We might do that next year, Mayor of Space. We'll see. If people like Marsh Madness, then we'll continue to do it. But yeah. And Victorious. Look at this. Victorious has got a bracket here as well. With skeletals. I love that. With Triceratops, again, as the ultimate champion. I do think that's a good bet. It's a popular dinosaur. Yeah. We'll see. We'll start the voting soon. Maybe I'll say Wednesday we'll start it, I think. And then it'll I guess Marsh Madness will extend a little bit into April, and that'll be fine. But yeah. Yeah. Thought Cope Craze would come next month. Maybe next year, Patrick Crusader. Again, if people like this, we might do a bracket that's larger and then have some Cope dinosaurs and some non-dinosaurian taxa from both Cope and Marsh. Maybe Joseph Leidy will get in there too with Hadrosaurus. We'll see. But it's great. Very well done, Victorious. Well done. I like this a lot. Yeah. And Trek for the win. That's a pretty decent Triceratops there, Lenina. Where did that come from? Even the hands look pretty good. Everybody always gets ceratopsid forelimbs wrong. They just give them like elephant hands, which they didn't have. This is nice. So yeah, we'll see. Oh, and Lenina, we've got yours. Lenina says Triceratops wins by a nose horn. Triceratops versus Stegosaurus. I could see that happening. You have Ceratosaurus beating Allosaurus. Interesting. And Nodosaurus beating Ornithomimus. Well, well, well. Huh. And Salamander has one too. My Marsh Madness picks are based on personal preference. No Hadrosaurs. Theropod time. Ceratosaurus winning the whole thing. Well, well, well. I like that, Salamander. I like that. The neat thing is, when all is said and done, we'll go through all of these and see who came closest to a perfect bracket. We might even have a perfect bracket, given that we've only got 16 different taxa. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Anywho. And are we voting before you tell us about them or after? After, Casey, yeah. It'll probably be like 3/4 of the way through a stream, but we'll be talking about these dinosaurs beforehand. I'll be going over the history of their discovery. We'll be looking at Marsh's publications on them. We'll be looking at depictions in popular media, what we know about them today, people's deviant art depictions of these different dinosaurs, whatever, you know? We'll try and get, do a deep dive on each of these dinosaurs. So we'll do 2 per day, 2 dinosaurs per day, and then we'll have the vote. And that will determine the winner of the contest for that matchup. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Have we got any more? Let's see. No, not yet, but I'm pleased with the enthusiasm for this so far. It makes me smile. Yeah. Yeah. And there's mine, of course. I'd say Dryosaurus wins the whole thing, you know. The ultimate dinosaur. The pinnacle of Dinosauria. Dryosaurus. Truly the king of the dinosaurs. Dryosaurus. We've got more in the Discord. Thank you, Casey. All right. From Murph, from Patrick Crusader. We've got two different ones from Patrick Crusader. Nice. Both with Triceratops winning. The second one is which I want to win. Well, you still have the same ultimate winner, but I guess the details, how we get there, is different. Nice. Very nice. Oh, this is going to be fun. So again, we'll hold our first votes on Wednesday, I think. Maybe I'll give people a chance to kind of learn about this tomorrow, too. And then we'll actually start the matchups on Wednesday. That'll be good. Yeah. Murph says, stop putting your thumb on the table. You can take that information. I favor Dryosaurus to win, but you know, it's not up to me. Everybody votes. I'm not stuffing the ballot box or anything. I promise. Watch mine be the wrongest bracket of all. We'll see. Anyhow. Yeah. Good stuff. Anywho, PaleoStream says democracy was a mistake. How are you doing, Joshua? I hope you're having a good day. Yeah. Feel free to fill out a Marsh Madness bracket yourself if you'd like, Joshua. Yeah. Again, I say Dryosaurus wins everything. How could it not? Everyone loves Dryosaurus. How's stream going? It's going well, PaleoStream. Yeah, yeah. By the way, have I shown you this? Here. I finished printing this a couple weeks ago, but a life-size Tyrannosaurus skull. Excuse me. This is based on the Maximus skull, which was a commercial specimen that has since been lost to science. As far as I know, I don't know if anybody actually knows its actual whereabouts right now. I haven't looked real hard, but I haven't heard anything about where it is. Somehow files for this became available online back around mid-December. I scooped those up, started printing. Files are now gone. They've disappeared. I don't know what the story is there, but yeah. This is going to be going to the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont, California. As soon as I'm done filling these cracks, fixing a few of the things that are very wrong with this skull, like this is just kind of a slap together commercial kind of thing, so they really messed up big portions of it. I'll be correcting some of those as best I can. Then painting it, and then building a mount for it, and then delivering it to the museum. So that should be, it should be a lot of fun. The kids are gonna love it. So yeah. Open source for the win. It wasn't open source. I paid for the files. I had to purchase them. I think it was like $50. But since disappeared. Anyway, if anybody's not yet following PaleoStream, you are missing out. If you are a true cultured enthusiast of all things fossil science, especially as pertains to fossil art, paleo art, go follow PaleoStream right now. Joshua Knupe is a paleo artist, professional paleo artist from Germany. He streams here on Twitch, and he produces art that actually gets published in scientific publications. So when a new dinosaur is described, such as Tamaryraptor, which was what, early this year, right? Back in January. This is PaleoStream's art. This is Yashua's art right here. This is a figure in that paper, in that publication, that scientific journal article. Yeah, very cool animal, by the way. Carcharodontosaur from the Bahari Oasis in Egypt. I think it's what, Cenomanian in age? May have had a nose horn similar to Ceratosaurus. So yeah, it really brings it to life. Yeah. Also, the new Plesiosaurus soft tissue recently. Very cool, PaleoStream. That was your work? That's super awesome. Here, let's find that real quick. Okay, I can see that. I can see your style there. Very nice. Oh, this is such cool work. Yeah. Very, very cool. Yeah. Excellent. So yeah, the scales there on the flippers and the smooth skin over the rest of the body. Very cool stuff. Yeah. Anyway, point is, go follow PaleoStream right now if you're not yet doing so. Actually, didn't you... I think you sent me a message on Blue Sky, right? 17 days ago. Sorry, Joshua. 29th of March, PaleoStream Con. Oh, very cool. 29th. I gotta check my calendar and see. I might be in the field then. I might be doing some field work in Utah, but I'll get back to you, Joshua. Thank you. Yeah. You've probably got enough talks this year too. But if I'm available, I'd be happy to give a talk and actually plan it out this time. I'm gonna be giving a talk on the 14th about science outreach and streaming from the field and all of that stuff. So I'll already have a talk put together. Yeah. If anything falls through, let me know. If you've got any planned speakers who aren't able to make it, I might be able to fill in. Yeah, let me know. Anyway, I appreciate you popping in, PaleoStream. It's good to see you. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, with that said, it's almost time for me to wrap this stream up. Let's take a look at the Marsh Madness blank bracket right now. And there are a few dinosaurs that I left out of this just because they were a little on the obscure side. We're also heavily skewed toward Morrison dinosaurs over here. So in our Cretaceous and Miscellaneous conference, there's at least one Morrison dinosaur that snuck into that, namely Barosaurus right here. That's our only one, but still. And a Jurassic dinosaur, Ankylosaurus. Ankylosaurus is from Connecticut? Yeah, I wanted this to be loosely organized so that it's not just a complete smattering smorgasbord of different dinosaurs all disorganized. There's supposed to be some rhyme or reason to it. These are all from the late Jurassic of North America, all from the Morrison Formation. And then we've got everything else that Marsh named. Not everything else, but other ones that Marsh named over here. A few dinosaurs like Coelurus got left out. A whole bunch of dubious taxa that Marsh named got left out. Some avian dinosaurs like Hesperornis and Ichthyornis also got left out despite their scientific importance. Maybe we'll add those next year if it turns out that that people really like this, and we can throw some cope ones in there too. Yeah. And Morrison does have a lot of good dinosaurs. Absolutely, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. And this might prove controversial, but I put Dryptosaurus in here too, which is Marsh's name, Dryptosaurus, for a cope dinosaur, for Laelaps. So it's not really one of Marsh's dinosaurs, but it's one that people really like, so I threw it in there. Yeah. Dryptosaurus was found by Cope and named by Marsh. So yeah, what, Here, maybe I can find a clip about this so I don't have to just tell you. Here we go. We'll look through the transcript and see if we can find Laelaps and see if that gets described in here. But it was a cope dinosaur that Marsh renamed. I guess it's not in the transcript. Oh. No, they don't really talk about that, huh? But anyway, this famous piece by Charles R. Knight. With the leaping Laelaps. There we go. One of the most iconic bits of dinosaur art ever produced. This is Cope's dinosaur, Laelaps, which Marsh renamed Dryptosaurus. It turned out that that name Laelaps was already in use. It was already taken. There is a genus of mite, little arachnid, that had already been named Laelaps. Cope didn't know that. Marsh figured that out, and in figuring that out, he was able to publish a new paper renaming it Dryptosaurus, so giving his own name to one of Cope's dinosaurs. That must have been a real blow to Cope. But yeah, this is pretty neat. Somebody did a more up-to-date version of what these animals may have looked like. Kind of going for a Eutyrannus sort of depiction here. I like it. I like it. It also has kind of a dreamlike quality. Not quite as realistic as, like, Knight's original work, but it's still got... There's still that dreamlike aspect to it. Like in the original, too. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. That's something we still strive for to this day. Yeah, Paleostream, this is like the gold standard. You know, I did a big stream on the life of Charles R. Knight, his life and work and legacy, on the anniversary of his birth back in October. I'll find a link to that VOD. But Paleostream says, I once gave a talk on paleo art, and until I came to this, the audience was rather silent. Everyone gasped at Knight's piece, though. Yeah. Oh man, the man was, he was a visionary. While I've got you here, Paleostream, have you seen the depiction of Charles R. Knight in the 2001 IMAX film T-Rex Back to the Cretaceous? Are you aware of this? Are you familiar with this? Because if not, I think you'll really enjoy it. And nearly fully blind, right? Yeah, Patrick Crusader. He was legally blind. I think he was completely blind in one eye. The other eye, he had severe astigmatism. So he had to paint with his face just a few inches from the canvas. Yeah. Look at much T-Rex exclusive media. Paleostream, this is a very goofy but very charming film made for like large screen theaters. in Canada and the US, and I don't know if it had wide distribution elsewhere. Trailer. This is it, right? Nope, this is not it. We'll try this. 1998, really? Earlier than I thought.
In a place where the past has been buried for 65 million years, Dr. Donald Hayden is about to make
He's supposed to be Phil Curry.
An earth-shaking discovery.
Okay, up here where the rock's been kicked away, in Lisbel, I think there's something you should see.
Maybe it's an egg?
Well, let's get it back to the museum and we'll run some tests. Who knows what we'll find?
Maybe it's a T-Rex egg.
No one's ever found a Tyrannosaurus egg before.
It's speculation, drawn on fact.
For his daughter Allie, who shares her father's passion for science, his prehistoric find will unlock a mysterious world where the
So she knocks over this egg, and then all this gas comes out of it. She goes on a trip.
unlock a mysterious world where the past comes
She's hallucinating.
Allie!
It's goofy, it's fun, it's charming. I like it.
Get ready to be transported into a land of infinite wonder.
I never got to see it in an IMAX theater, but it must have been amazing. You know? Especially for 1998. There you go, Paley's cream, yeah.
IMAX Film Distribution invites you to experience the next evolution in motion picture entertainment.
Yeah, anyway, let me find you the clip, though, because this features Charles R. Knight as a character. It's pretty great. Here, I think I can show you this clip. So she's walking around the museum, kind of hallucinating a bit. And then she walks into the Charles R. Knight Hall. And maybe they didn't have the rights to actually... They didn't have, like, the legal rights, copyright to put his Dryptosaurus Leaping Laelaps painting in there, so instead they have kind of a Dromaeosaurus one instead. Same idea. Very 90s looking Dromaeosaurus.
Excuse me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were...
A little more burnt umber.
Oh my God. You're Charles Knight.
Do I know you?
No. No, but I really admire your work.
Thank you. It took me years perfecting my technique.
Your Stegosaurus was really accurate. But your T-Rex was a bit off.
Who are you, kid?
They didn't have 3 fingers, it's 2.
Barnum Brown. The skeletons he brought back from the Red Deer River weren't complete. So, we took a guess.
Not exactly good science.
Thank you, Luke at
Can I
Fair,
ask you something?
for the follow. Appreciate it.
When you called Archaeopteryx the bird reptile, a little dinosaur, how did you know? I mean, weren't you afraid of being wrong?
Similar bone structure.
Oh. Well, come on.
Seemed a safe conclusion.
There we go.
But you can't.
Sorry, we're getting some buffering. This is on archive.org. I'll give you a link.
Your painting seems so real. I mean, it's like you actually knew what dinosaurs looked like.
Well, you study anatomy, examine skeletons, watch animals, and then, with a bit of imagination, you put yourself back in time. You seem to have that ability.
Do you really think so, Mr. Knight? Oh. Dad?
Anywho, yeah. The thing is, despite Marsh having named so many more dinosaurs than Cope did, Cope also had tremendous influence on the way that people viewed dinosaurs. Even though he didn't describe nearly as many dinosaurs as Marsh, Cope had, what? Coelophysis, Camarasaurus. There's a few other, like, obscure taxa, things that are probably not valid, things like Amphicelius. But Cope had an ace up his sleeve at the end of his life, and that was Charles Knight, the artist. There.
Science, the premier paleontologist, all that stuff was gone. He was basically finished as a man of science.
Marsh, and then Cope.
The Cope-Marsh rivalry, 3 decades long, had cost both men dearly. And neither had much time left.
And Cope simply published a lot. Yeah. And Cope had very, I'd say, like, Catholic interests, wide-ranging interests, eclectic interests. He didn't focus much on dinosaurs. Cope was all over the place. Cope actually named a great number of modern taxa. So, like, there are a bunch of different lizards and snakes and frogs and things like that that Cope named. Marsh didn't really focus on that stuff. Marsh was much more focused on fossils, in particular big mammals and dinosaurs. And things like fossil birds, too. Cope was kind of all over the place. But yeah.
By 1897, Cope's health had failed, his body now ravaged by severe kidney disease. In his room in Philadelphia, Cope was treating himself with massive amounts of morphine and belladonna when he received an unexpected call.
Here we go. Knight.
A young artist named Charles Knight implored Cope to help him show the world what dinosaurs had looked like when they walked the earth. Even though he was close to death, the scientist brought out his private notebooks to help the artist put flesh on the bones he had spent a lifetime unearthing and trying to understand.
For the better part of 2 weeks, Cope brings the vanished world to life.
Imagine
how these
being here
creatures
for this,
stood, how they walked across the landscape, what they fed on. That imaginative leap from anatomy to life. In some ways, it's the last testament of this paleontologist who only has a little time left.
When they were finally done, an exhausted Cope asked Knight to help him hide the notebooks under his bed. Even at the end of his life, Cope was sure that if he let down his guard for a minute, Marsh would steal his work. A few days later, he was found dead in his room at age 56.
56, jeez. Yeah. So this Marsh would die not long after that. I'll pause the music for now. But even at the end of his life, and even not having discovered as many dinosaurs as Marsh did, Cope's ideas, kind of these subtle inferences that he made about dinosaurs, these pet hypotheses and stuff, these made their way into Charles R. Knight's dinosaur paintings. This was tremendously influential because Knight was the premier paleo artist of his day. He's still universally revered by paleontologists, by everybody who's enthusiastic about fossil vertebrates. This classic matchup between Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops. Knight was maybe the first person to paint that. And if he wasn't the first, he was the best. This image right here has been copied countless times. And I talked about this a lot on my stream about Charles R. Knight. Back in October. This online. Let me pay the bills. I appreciate it very, very much. Sweetie pie.
At the time, like the Lost World and the scene in Fantasia where the T-Rex was going after the Stegosaurus, even though they lived 84 million years apart. But anyway, one of the most incredible things about Knight's literally massive accomplishments was that he was legally blind. When he was 6, he was hit in one eye with a rock, sustaining permanent corneal damage, and later developed.
So, like another kid about his same age, I think, threw a rock at his eye, and he very nearly went completely blind. But where was that? Where I think I go through one of Don Glut's books. Was it Dinosaur Scrapbook, I think? Just trying to show different depictions of. There we go. Yeah. And you just see it being used again and again and again in popular culture. There's that famous mise-en-scène with Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops that Charles R. Knight did. That T-Rex was copied directly for the 1933 World's Fair exhibition that Sinclair Oil put on. They did a more or less life-size Tyrannosaurus model, taken directly from Charles Knight's painting. This famous one here. There's the original. And you just see this again and again. Jeep Comics. That's a direct copy. This one right here. The Sinclair Dinosaur book. Same deal. Hatch River Expeditions, Vernal, Utah. It's kind of a poor copy, but there it is. There's one with it fighting a Stegosaurus. An impactful scene? Absolutely, Casey Snowart, yeah. But at the Dinosaur Park in Rapid City, South Dakota. Time. This is also a direct copy. Oh, very cool. Nice. A slightly crude one, but I visited and here. Your daughter knows Emily Grassley? Very cool, Dr. Hubbs. Awesome. 2021, if I remember correctly.
Triceratops. These are, goodness. Where do I even start with how to fix these? But, I mean, shoot.
Rapid City native.
Where the artist was coming from.
Excellent, Rabbit.
Check out that painting. Knight, Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops.
Because that's basically this right here.
It totally is. Yeah. There's a link to that VOD now on YouTube. Celebrating the life, work, and legacy of Charles R. Knight. His birthday is in October November 21st, 1874, he was born. So he overlapped with Marsh and Cope, but he was on Team Cope and helped really cement Cope's legacy. That's the interesting thing, is that so many of the really influential paleontologists who came afterward were influenced by Cope, who were kind of on Team Cope. People like Henry Fairfield Osborn would go on to name Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor, too. He was on Team Cope. He was an acolyte of Edward Drinker Cope. To this very day, we can, we as paleontologists can trace our lineages back to either Cope or Marsh, especially if we're from the U.S. Academic family tree. This is kind of a neat, fun resource. It's nothing super important or impactful, but it's fun to look at who we're descended from as scientists sometimes. It's taken forever to load. There we go. Participating fields. I don't think there's one for paleontology specifically. It would be under the banner of evolution. Evolutionary biology. There we go. Edward Drinker Cope. There we go. So yeah, Henry Fairfield Osborn is one of his acolytes, and you can trace his lineage down to some of my mentors and advisors and people I've studied under. Trace my ancestry back to Cope, but also Charles Marsh. In some ways, I'm a descendant of both of these guys. Sorry, it's taking so long to load. But yeah, a hybrid, right? Yeah, you know. Sure. I don't have a super direct ancestry from either of them, but yeah. Knowing what I know about both people, Paleosphere, yeah. The whole Team Cope / Marsh dichotomy. Well, I mean, for some of their acolytes, it really is one or the other. Like Osborn is like that, where Osborn hated Marsh. Apparently, he was 1,000% Team Cope. But yeah, I love to see a movie about them at some point. But switching between both viewpoints, yeah. There was a movie that was planned about them. So yeah, here's Marsh right here. Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this too. But let me find that VOD. I was talking with Papa Jim about this.
No, they won't answer.
A few years back.
They know more than we do. So these captains of industry, doing their safaris in Africa, things. Nah, we don't need them.
Yeah.
But so we try to bring students out.
Okay. Paleontologizing, it is great to have you today. This is take 2. Paleontologist Jim Kirkland. Somebody who's done 50 years of...
Next spring will be my 50th anniversary hunting dinosaurs on the Colorado Plateau.
Holy cow, 50 years. We're here up at the very top of the Cedar Mountain Formation. Actually, no, not the very top. This is the poison strip.
No, this is the poison strip we're sitting on.
So the mustn't touch it would be higher.
There we go.
No, we used to talk about the Marsh Cope view, because I'm pushing real hard to try to get a you know, Marsh Cope Dino Feud movie. You know,
They were working on it for a while.
Yeah, I know.
Before James Gandolfini died.
Yeah, and we were like, who was it? Yeah, he was going to be Marsh, right? And we were when we were pushing it, it's like, oh man, who are we head for Marsh? It was another guy.
Spicy. I've heard rumors about that Bailey stream. Yeah.
But
yeah,
I'm blanking his
interesting.
name. Yeah. He's still alive, I believe, but we had the
They were
Marsh-
definitely obsessed with each other.
You know, but that should be done sometime.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because it is so good.
Yeah.
You know, I remember reading an article, American Heritage. They did a quote from Marsh, you know, chapters written by O.C. Marsh about when he was out with Jim Cody. You know, getting to visit
Buffalo Bill Cody.
Everybody. You know.
Yeah. Wait,
Buffalo Bill Cody.
Yeah.
And the two of them ended up in a buffalo stampede. You know, and they reprinted that little article in American History magazine,
And
which was pretty neat.
We'll talk more about that. Jim Kirkland actually got to meet Edward Drinker Cope, or at least meet his skull. Here, grab that book for proof. Hunting Dinosaurs. There's a lovely photo in here of Jim holding the skull of Professor Cope. Right there we go. Long story. We'll be talking about this next month extensively. About the journeys of Edward Drinker Cope's skull long after his death. It is a wild tale. A little macabre, but very interesting. So yeah. Anywho, I've got some stuff I gotta take care of tonight. Some emails I gotta respond to. Scheduling stuff I gotta figure out. It's about time we wrap up today's stream. So let's go ahead and do that. I gotta get ready for tomorrow. It's gonna be a busy day tomorrow. Yeah. So, if you haven't yet filled out your Marsh Madness bracket, we'll be talking about that more tomorrow. So there'll be a few other chances before we actually, you know, start doing these head-to-head matchups between these different dinosaurs named by O.C. Marsh. Anyway, thank you to everybody who's appearing in our credits right now. Thank you for helping make these streams a success. For your viewership, for your support, your enthusiasm, and your questions. It means a tremendous amount to me. I'm deeply grateful. With that, we're going to go right into Science Streams, who is starting the Women in STEM month with an interview with Lana Lux, who I think streams here on Twitch and has got a background in science. So we'll go right in. Thank you again, PaleoStream, for being here. Good luck with your painting. I will see you soon. Yeah, we're going to go right into Science Streams. So let's do that. Thank you again to the raiders, to the moderators, to the followers, the subscribers, the gifters, the cheerers, the question askers, the enthusers, the lurkers. Appreciate you all. We'll be doing some more paleontologizing tomorrow. I'll probably be a little bit late, I'm guessing, because I'll probably be going to the museum and you know how that goes. But I'll start stream as early as I can tomorrow. It's gonna be a fun one. We'll probably have some fossil news to go over. We'll talk about some more Marsh Madness stuff, and it'll be good. So I'll see you then, everybody. Take care. Let's go check out Science.